Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Jam sessions are going on right now, guys. So if you're in jam session 2, you should already be on grid. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Jam session 2 is up right now. Please head down to grid. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We are on jam session 4 now. If you're in jam session 4, hustle up to grid so you can get your laps. You have 15 minutes of lap time.
This message is brought to you by Faction Motorsports, a proud sponsor of the Casino Royale hosted by East Coast Drift School at Raceway Park. Located in East Rutherford, New Jersey, Faction Motorsports is your source for JDM performance, aero parts, rare OEM Nissan parts, and precision services like touchless tire mounting and balancing, vapor honing, suspension overhauls, and four-wheel alignments. It doesn't matter if it's your first time on grid or if you had countless laps, Faction Motorsports keeps you on track. Visit www.factionmotorsports.com to browse our wide selection of JDM performance parts. Also, check out our YouTube, Instagram, and podcast for all things JDM and content made for the drifting community. This message is brought to you by Faction Motorsports, a proud sponsor of the Casino Royale hosted by East Coast Drift School at Raceway. This message is brought to you by Faction Motorsports, a proud sponsor of the Casino Royale hosted by East Coast Drift School at Raceway Park. Located in East Rutherford, New Jersey, Faction Motorsports is your source for JDM performance, aero parts, rare OEM Nissan parts, and precision services like touchless tire mounting and balancing, vapor honing, suspension overhauls, and four-wheel alignments. It doesn't matter if it's your first time on grid or if you had countless laps, Faction Motorsports keeps you on track. Visit www.factionmotorsports.com to browse our wide selection of JDM performance parts. Also, check out our YouTube, Instagram, and podcast for all things JDM and content made for the drifting community. This message is brought to you by Faction Motorsports, a proud sponsor of the Casino Royale hosted by East Coast Drift School at Raceway Park. Located in East Rutherford, New Jersey, Faction Motorsports is your source for JDM performance, aero parts, rare OEM Nissan parts, and precision services like touchless tire mounting and balancing, vapor honing, suspension overhauls, and four-wheel alignments. It doesn't matter if it's your first time on grid or if you had countless laps, Faction Motorsports keeps you on track. Visit www.factionmotorsports.com to browse our wide selection of JDM performance parts. Also, check out our YouTube, Instagram, and podcast for all things JDM and content made for the drifting community.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the beautiful Raceway Park for the Casino Royale, the sister of the Gambler. I'm here with my co-host, Mike Perez. Hello, Mike.
Welcome, everybody. We have some beautiful weather here at Raceway Park. All of our drivers have already gone through their jam sessions. We have our drivers already placed into their brackets. We're ready to see our battles get underway here momentarily at Casino Royale. Hope you guys are enjoying yourself here. Hope you guys have wandered around, checked out the snacks and everybody's machine. Say hello to your favorite driver. Wish them good luck. Maybe even talk a little smack to Sarah.
All smack is welcome. Go ahead. Tweet me online or whatever the kids say. Big thank you to Los Goonies, our partner here for the car show. Thanks for everyone who came out for that as well. And also thank you to the rest of our sponsors, Valino Tire, FDF Race Shop, Grip Royal, Faction Motorsports, and East Coast Drift School. Chris Snap is broken. We can all turn our attention to the track where we see his car just chilling by a tree. But still great to put on this event. Thank you so much. We're getting our first couple of battles down to the grid as we speak. If you guys are curious, the bracket is up on the live stream. If you guys want to watch for yourself and see the bird's eye view, go over to the YouTube channel, Raceway Park's YouTube, and pull up that live stream. We'll be checking out the comments too, so if you want to chirp us there, go ahead.
Yeah, drop me something in the chat. Keep me entertained up here in the stands, hanging out with our three beautiful judges here. Well, at least two of them are pretty cool, but you know, I'll let them figure out who they are. We have our drivers ready.
Mike's hitting on the judges.
Oh, there we are.
So they cut his mic when he says inappropriate stuff, so no, I'm just kidding.
I'll just turn it off right now. All right, it looks like we have our number one qualifier here today. Mr. Jimmy Oaks piloting that S13. Going to be that number one seed in that left side of the to get a bye run for his number one qualifying position. A big congratulations to Jimmy taking that Q1.
We're actually not running the bye runs officially, so we're going to go into our first battle, Kevin O'Malley and Nick Marone. But again, congrats to Jimmy Oaks for that numero uno. We have another Jimmy who qualified second, also going to get a bye run on the other side of the bracket. And then drop some croissants in the chat, boys, because Colin Cressette is number 3 to round out your top 3 qualifiers here this afternoon.
Engine knew me.
He said, I don't care how terrible the VQ platform is. I'm going to put 78 of them in my car.
You know, I just want somebody to love me as much as he loves VQs. That's all I want.
Same.
That's a commitment level that's unheard of in today's
Also
age.
that. Do you think he's got a plenum spacer?
He definitely has a... No, you know, I think he took it off. He had to knock the horsepower down so it stays alive.
To keep it fair for everybody else.
Yeah, you put a plenum spacer on a VQ, it makes like 700 horsepower.
Billion horsepower. Yeah, exactly.
Dude. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't matter what material.
Right.
Aluminum, steel, plastic,
Tinfoil.
washers, whatever. As long as
Cart.
it's space, VQs make so much horsepower. Look it up on the internet. Google it.
And the more horsepower, the more ear-piercing screeches are produced from the vehicle.
Ask ChatGPT. All right, so
Close enough.
up on the line already.
Marone and O'Malley. We've got Marone there in that red FRS BRZ, and then O'Malley in the blue FRS BRZ, which I will not decide what they are because it's the same car.
Well, one's a Toyota, one's a Scion.
Well, Subaru. It's okay. Blue car, red car. Blue car, red car, go fast.
Yeah.
Again, O'Malley in the blue is in the lead. Marone in the red is chasing him down. We're going to kick it off here in just a second for our first battle.
And here we go. BRZ taking that lead position, clicking himself into outside zone number 1. Getting that rear axle right where it needs to be. A bit shy, getting back out. Exited nice and early. Gets out to outside zone 2. Little headlight flash there. Hopefully that was not electrical, but he hocks outside zone 2 to its completion. Rotates out to outside zone number 3. Down to inside zone number 1. The only first of the inside 2 of them here. Second inside clip, doing a good job keeping the car sideways. A little proximity gap there as both drivers work their way into that outside zone number 4. Going into that third and that final inside clip. And
looks great for our first battle out here. Both of these drivers doing well. Honestly, a lot of people think the kart track is small because it is a kart track. This is a pretty big track out here, especially coming into that last sweeper. I believe that would be outer zone number 4. It's hard for some of the drivers to stretch that zone. But really nicely done out here by both these guys. Let's flip them around and we'll let Marone lead and O'Malley chase him down.
Our drivers were educated in the drivers' meeting that if they are running out of horsepower or wheel speed, if they keep that momentum up, they can allow for a very quick but their momentum needs fluid. O'Malley doing a great job with Marone chasing him down in a pair of that FRS and the BRZ. O'Malley piloting that red FRS, getting chased by Marone in the blue BRZ. Apologize, I think I got the cars mixed around. Kevin O'Malley in the blue BRZ, Nick Marone in the red FRS. My bad, fellas, my bad. Get a different car, you know? Pick a different chassis, mix it up a little bit.
All right, and the judges have decided Kevin O'Malley will get the win. Kevin O'Malley in that blue BRZ FRS will get the win and move on to the top 16.
Make some noise for Nick Marone, unfortunately getting knocked out here at the Casino Royale. Our next battle up on the line, Phil already in the bark box. He's gonna get chased down by Poland in that E36. Silva locking himself into that lead position, gonna get chased down by Poland in the E36. Silva piloting that blue Corvette. Both these guys are ready to send this second battle here at Casino Royale. Here we go. Right side lane, taking that lead position, getting chased down. Poland jumps right back. We'd like to see a little more proximity going on in the outside zone number 1, but Phil doing a good job as he rotates up to outside zone number 2. And as I say that, Poland putting the pressure on here. Making right there, and full drivers outside zone, going into that inside clip. Phil tightening up now, Poland keeping the pressure on as they stretch out to that outside zone, back in for another inside. Phil keeping that Corvette composed as Poland closes the gap up, jumps through that transition smoke to that next outside zone, curls around for that final inside clip. Poland still right there. Phil keeping his composure across the finish line. Makes some noise for both drivers. First half of the battle there. Phil piloting that Corvette, Poland in the E36.
That was definitely tough for him in that E36, chasing down Phil in his Corvette for sure. A few sacrifices in order to stay with him, as we saw. Not bad all in all, though, and now he's going to get to lead, and Phil will have to chase him down.
All right, here we go. Poland now taking that lead position, piloting that BMW E36. He's getting chased down by Phil in the Corvette. Both drivers initiate. Poland getting into that outside zone. Mike needs to keep his composure as Phil's starting to put the pressure on. Rotating into outside zone number 2. Poland getting that rear axle right where it needs to be, but Phil shortly behind him, putting the pressure on. They rotate into that third outside clip, and rotate into that inside clip. Poland in the E36 doing a good job, but Phil still parking on the backside bumper, falls a little behind. As I had to make a little bit of a corrective there, trying to make a pull, create a little bit of a gap. As I say that, Phil closes that gap up. that last outside zone, curling back into that inside clip. No contact, nice and clean, fellas, and across the finish line.
Nicely done there by both of those drivers. Poland kind of pulling away in that zone the judges were talking about earlier between 3 and 4. Drivers are allowed to be a little bit straighter there, like you were saying, Mike, but I'm not sure he got into angle for outer zone 4 soon enough.
Yeah, when we allow a driver to kind of run out the rest of the gear, that doesn't mean drive away. That means you've put all the sauce on the table. You spread out. You made as much mess as possible. Mom's still pissed. All right, our next driver up on the line, Reese Marin.
And our judges have a decision on that previous battle. Phil Silva gets the win. Phil Silva gets the win. He's going to move on to the top 16.
All right, Silva getting that win. But our next battle on the line, Marin going up against Nichols. All right, here we go. Reese taking that lead position. Cody the chase.
Reese coming off that win in U.S. Drift, feeling happy about that carbon trophy, but he's going to have to fend off Nichols here in order for him to take the win. And that is the little cat, right? That's the little
yeah,
cat.
that's little cat. But you know, little cat's
kitten.
got sharp claws. Mouth's a little lighter, but it's got sharp claws. Reese already, as Sarah's saying, finding wins down at U.S. Drift in Virginia. Up here in New Jersey, seeing if you can find that same, but Cody's trying to put him down as they jump into outside zone number 1. Both drivers initiate. Both of the computer mouse 350Zs working their way through outside zone number 1. Reese doing exactly what he needs to do, but Cody's shortly behind him, transitioning to the back bumper as both drivers jump into outside 2. Reese, a little bit of corrective there as both drivers and their 350Zs exit 2 to get it to outside 3. Reese curling back into that inside clip, but Cody's right there barking at the door handles of Reese Marin's Cool Cat Motorsports 350Z as both drivers curl into that second inside clip, into that stretch outside zone. No straightening here from Reese in his lead position as Cody's still putting the pressure on, rotating that outside zone, and the last inside, no contact, a clean lap from both of these gentlemen makes the noise for them as they come across the finish line.
Really nicely done there by both of these drivers. The VQs singing in unison as they come across the line. Drop some cats in the chat if you think that went to Reese, guys. And we'll let you know as soon as we have a decision from our judges.
What's Cody's emoji then?
Yeah, great question. I don't know. If anyone is friends or crew with Cody, let us know in the live stream chat what emoji you think would describe him. We only have a couple emojis assigned to people at this point.
Well, you got to earn the emoji.
Right,
you know what I mean? Like the emoji, you don't get to pick your emoji.
Right.
The emoji comes to you.
Colin didn't come out of the gate with the croissants.
No. It's a spirit animal of such. There we go. Cody taking that lead position now, getting chased down by Reese. Both these drivers now swap positions. Second half of the battle here at Casino Royale. Way through outside zone number 1. Reese keeping the pressure on Cody's 350Zs. Both drivers dumping to outside 2. Cody's keeping it in the box, maybe a bit shy, pulling away mid-corner, but gets back deep as he rotates back into the line. To outside 3. Reese keeping that pressure on as both drivers and their 350Zs work their way out to that stretch of an outside zone past that first inside clip. Call back into that second inside clip. Reese now getting a little pitchy, running out of real estate, keeping the pressure on as Cody and his 350Z doing a fantastic job through that outside zone to that front of Colin and a major correction and both drivers no contact. Reese doing a fantastic job peeling the front end of that Cool Cat 350Z away from near death.
I thought they were spinning. So excellent job in the lead by Nichols there, avoiding the spin, and also great job by Reese adjusting for that massive amount of angle that Nichols put on. Looked like not purposefully. Looked like it got away from him a little bit there, but excellent job by both of those drivers.
Yeah, you know, a big curl, big circles, got to come back around. He had to curl it back in for that front inside clip. But nonetheless, like Sarah said, no contact, no fault. We'll have to weigh in on our judges for our final verdict to see who our winner is between Marin and Nichols.
Yeah, we have a lot of Codys in the chat right now, but we'll have to see. Our judges are currently deliberating and watching the replay, which you guys could see if you want to pull up the live stream as well. And as soon as we have a decision, we will let you know.
We already have our next battle on the line, but that doesn't mean that Dimitri Bruschi is not going to enjoy his bye run, taking that qualifying 4th here at Casino Royale he gets to celebrate his buy run. We are not running our buy runs here today, so Dimitri Bruski gets to cool it back into the pits, waiting for our top 16. Our next battle up on the line, Mool and Rocha.
All right, and it looks like the chat was onto something. Cody Nichols gets the win. Cody Nichols, qualifying 25th, knocks out Reese Marin, who was in the 8th spot. Nicely done there by both of those guys again. Let's go ahead and move on to our next battle.
Jake and Jerry sitting on the line, waiting to battle it out for here for their first matchup of the Casino Royale here this Sunday at beautiful Raceway Park. It is gorgeous out here, breeze up on the bleachers. If you guys are here live and in person, thank you for joining us here at Raceway Park. If you guys are joining us on the internet, welcome. Get yourself in the chat. Let me know who you think is going to take it here. Is it Jake or Jerry? Jake piloting that BMW, taking that lead, getting chased down by Jerry in the FRS. Both drivers doing a good job getting through outside zone number 1. As Moore doing what he needs to do on the judge's checklist, it's into number 2. Jerry's starting to put the pressure on now as both drivers curl into outside zone number 3. Jake needs to rotate that BMW up into that inside clipping point, out to that stretch of an outside zone, back into that next inside clip, where Jerry's going to try to keep that proximity nice and tight as they transition that next outside zone, and all the way around to that final inside clip. No contact here, no butts to face, please. And it looks like Jerry and Jake are going to survive the lap here. Mool and Rocha survived their first half of the battle here at Casino Royale.
All right, we're getting our drivers back to the line. Rocha to lead this time. Mool is going to chase him down. Rocha going a little bit wild there in outer zone number 2. We'll see if he can clean it up here for the second half of this battle. Some folks talking in the chat about Gambler next weekend. Just a reminder, we do have the Gambler on the road course next weekend. Should be a great time. Make sure you stop out. Here we go for the second half of this battle. Rocha in the lead. Mool chasing him down. Really nicely done there by both the drivers. Settled in outer zone number 1. Rocha picking up speed heading into outer zone number 2. Pretty much exactly where he needs to be. Allowing Mool to reel him in there going into outer zone number 3. Coming across the back part of this track to the inner clip. Rocha straightening out quite a bit in order to get outer zone number 4. Mool right with him there, overcooking it even just slightly to get into outer zone number 5. Really nicely done there, sticking with them as they come around that clip and across the line.
The big shouts for the second half of the battle there from those gentlemen, Moore and Rocha. Both these guys coming out here to the Casino Royale, already qualifying it out, but only one of these gentlemen are going to work their way into the top 16. We'll have to wait for our judges to finish doing their boy math to figure out who's going to move on.
All right, and let's make it official. Jake Mool gets the win. Jake Mool in that BMW will get the win and move on to the top 16.
Those boys having a good time, a little showboat on the backside of the bark box, sending off the end of that battle right. But keeping the action going here, we'll have the next battle right up on the line. We got Kimlin versus Daniel. Kimlin piloting that S13, getting chased down by Daniel's FRS.
On the line is Max Kimlin of Kimlin Energy in that Munson Motorsports Kimlin Energy S13. And he is going against Daquan Daniel there in that BRZ FRS. We do not know the difference up here. So once you start putting those aftermarket body panels on there, it's even more difficult. So they should have made two cars that look exactly the same if they didn't want us to get them confused.
All right, it's still got a boxer motor in it. But here it's going. Daniels chasing down Kimlin's S13. Both drivers dumping to outside zone number 1. Kimlin doing a good job getting the back end of that 13 exactly where it needs to go, where the judges want it. Jake's watching up here. 20s for everybody. Kimlin outside zone number 2, making sure the list is checked off as Daniels shortly behind her. Both drivers transition to outside 3. Kimlin's got to curl into that front inside clip, and Daniels poking that headlight right into the side of that S13. Both drivers wiggle past that outside zone to that next inside clip. Kimlin's going deep off track exits here, but Kimlin pulls it back together. As I say that, pulls it back out of together. Now I don't know what he's doing as Daniel finishes off his lap.
Hey, the good news is that on the kart track, there's no dirt or off track to really damage the car, but we do have white lines painted on the track for a reason. And I don't know how many tires off is a 0. Maybe someone can correct me, but 4 is definitely a 0.
Yeah, 4 is definitely not the number of tires not on the track that the judges want to see, even with Jake's scoring. But as we can tell right now, it looks like Kimlin's heading back into the pits. He unfortunately may or may not have mechanically broken the vehicle or maybe his ego.
The car was hurt in practice. I know it was breaking up really bad. His crew was trying to work on it, so he might be still battling some of those gremlins. And we did get some clarity. 2 tires off is a deduction, 3 is a 0, 4 is definitely a 0. So everyone who's watching at home, obviously we want you guys to stay on the track, but if you are keeping your momentum and you're pretty much where you need to be, dropping 2 is going to be just a deduction, not a 0.
Small oopsies are okay, big oopsies are not. But unfortunately for Kimlin, it looks like he is retired back to the pits. Daniel's patiently waiting up on the grid. We're waiting for a little bit of communication before we actually pull the plug. But it looks like Daniels might be sitting with a little bit of an advantage here.
Yeah, so far we've not heard of any 5-minute calls, so I believe Max has just dropped out.
Well, 4 tires off means you basically just go park it back in your trailer as Daniel's going to take the second half of this battle as a parade lap. It looks like Daniel, as long as he can keep his car together, will move on to the top 16. Big shout to Daniel. Looks like he's going to take the win, working his way into the top 16. An unfortunate turn of events for Kimlin. Unfortunate mechanic failure made him retire back to the pits, forcing Daniel into the 16. Our next driver's up in the line. Kevin and Carl warming up their tires right now. Carl piloting that IS300. Kevin in the Miata.
All right, away we go. Carl Del Rosario in the lead and Kevin Wagner chasing him down. Carl in that bright yellow school bus up there, 4-door for more friends. Getting into outer zone number 2. The Miata, Wagner is trying his best to keep up. Carl doing a decent job, looking smooth in the lead, but kind of getting out of that zone a little bit early. Nicely done there in outer zone number 3, coming around that inner clip, stretching it out to outer zone number 4. Kind of textbook of what we were talking about, where you're allowed to kind of pull angle there to be able to get to that zone, especially for some of the low horsepower cars, as he navigates around the rest of the track, across that inner clip, and across the line there. Unfortunately, that little Miata that could, trying his best, but not really an active chase throughout that entire run. Luckily, we are going to flip him around. Wagner is going to get to lead, and Del Rosario is going to get to chase him down.
Yeah, Kevin in the Miata definitely making that thing work for it, trying to keep up with the JZ underneath the hood of that IS of Carl. Kevin's now getting his chance to shine as he's going to take his lead lap. He's setting the pace now as Carl's now going to chase him down.
All right, here we go. Wagner in the lead in that little Miata. Carl in the big body car chasing him down. Kevin Wagner doing a nice job with outer zone number 1, really cooking it to get in that zone. Not a ton of angle as he leaves. Doesn't seem to affect Carl, allows him to really get up close in the chase position. Coming around outer zone number 2. Wagner all the way at the edge of the track, his wheel right at the edge there in that zone. Oh no. And right as we're talking about that, a spin will be a 0. And the judges will have to make it official, but that is going to be Carl moving on there. Carl moving on to the top 16.
Attaboy, go out with some pride. Make some noise for both these drivers coming out for the Casino Royale battle out here at Raceway Park here in New Jersey. But unfortunately, spinning ain't winning here. And Carl looks like he's going to take it official.
So we just heard word that Mike there in that red E30 apparently is running on a massive lack of sleep to be able to get to this event, and he's really been killing it in practice out here. So really hope to see all the best out from him in this battle. He's going up against Frey in that really nice liveried S13 patch. And once we're ready to send him, when Carl's done doing whatever the hell that is in the pits, we'll go ahead and send these boys on their first half of their battle.
I saw Mike in the pits with 2 rhino pills and some white monsters. I think he's ready to roll.
Hey, whatever gets you through it, right? I think we can relate to pulling an all-nighter in order to make it to a round, so.
Well, as always, we are super appreciative of every driver that shows up for the competitions here at Raceway Park, but a big special thank you for Mike for throwing out overnighter to make sure he got out here. But let's see if it's all worthwhile. 2 overnighters. Damn, his lady hates him.
It sounds like he's invented a new way to just not have to sleep, apparently. So I wonder if he's seeing sounds and hearing colors.
He's definitely seeing sounds right now. He's on a whole nother level.
He's in the driver's seat, just lizard, 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 lizard. Hey, am I chronically online? Yes. Is that my favorite meme currently? Also, yes.
Sean also sporting a KA underneath the hood, right? Second lowest horsepower car? Behind the Miata.
He's going to give
all
it all.
Let's see what it goes. Mike and Sean throwing it down here at Casino Royale. Mike taking that lead position. No sleep, but clicks in the outside zone number 1. Sean trying to put the pressure on as both drivers work their way to outside zone number 2. Mike doing a fantastic job getting the backside of that E30 exactly where the judges want to see it as he peels away out of outside 2 into outside 3. Sean kind of keep that proximity nice and tight as both drivers go in that first inside clip, stretching out to that next outside zone and back into the second inside clip. Mike put a little bit of a gap here. Sean trying to close that gap up, diving into that next outside zone. Mike's E30 smacking that limiter off. It's definitely not sleeping here. As Sean taking out that final clip, combination of Mike and Sean making a bunch of noise across the finish line.
His limiter, Mike's limiter sounds like we're taking heavy fire out here in the trenches. Dot, 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 dot. But
that's how I drive when I'm tired too.
Giving it all she's got, Captain. Excellent job here for these 2 lower horsepower cars, duking it out. We did have a question in the chat. Who are our judges? So we can go ahead and introduce them here today. Kevin Rozalski, the man himself. We see him compete out here in an E30 as well. Jake Pepperoni Parrish in the house, judging it out today. A little tough, our toughest judge, I will say. Maybe you guys want to run him a 20 or maybe a brewski, really lubricate those decisions. And then, of course, rounding out Mr. Bobchek Sus, showing up on the Gambler before here. So thank you guys for coming out. And let's get into the second half of this battle. Frey in the lead. Riccardi chasing him down here, coming around outer zone number 1. These guys are absolutely to the floor here. Giving it all. Oh, no! Announcer's curse. We're going to see Frey continue on. We have a massive error from Riccardi in the chase. Frey throwing it in there to outer zone number 3, and Riccardi trying to put the pressure on and make up for that error. And then Spray kind of with a straight in there getting into outer zone number 4. They're a little lenient with that, but we're going to have our judges take a look at that there. Riccardi putting on the pressure. A little bit of contact there. Spray pedal to the floor as they come around that last inner clip and across the line. Dang.
You hate to see it.
I hate to see it. I was looking
Mike was
forward
in
to
'em.
these guys throwing down.
Unfortunately, that is competitive drifting. Mike putting the pressure on. We'll have to lean to our judges, but that little oopsie there going into outside zone number 2 is definitely not going to play very well for Mike into our judges' eyes. And it's official. Sean Frey gets the win. Sean knocks out Mike. Mike, I'm sorry, buddy. Go take a nap. Now he's just sitting there wired and shaking.
Good news is he can go ahead and take a nap. Sun's behind a cloud. It's real breezy up here. Good nap weather.
Sleeping over there with his eyes open.
He's going to hang from the bottom of the bleachers by his toes like a bat. All right, getting into our next battle already. We have Front Street Dad Jeff Stoneback in the lead, and chasing him down is Smith.
Well, almost chasing him down. Unfortunately, on entry, it looks like he had to shut it off. That's spot the park as he's kind of letting Stoneback know that he kind of got his lead lap to himself.
Unfortunately, the battle of the sedans is not a battle at all. Jeff Stoneback continuing on throughout the rest of the run, but Michael Smith not able to continue, unfortunately. They do have a second half of this battle, and I always say this, Mike, stranger things have happened in drifting. Do not ever count somebody out until the battles are completely done. But we are going to send them back to the line. I'm not sure if Michael's having any mechanical problems, but this time he will get to lead if he's able to, and Jeff Stoneback will chase him down. But yeah, give it up to the pop himself, Front Street Dad, Jeff Stoneback. My name's Jeff. We're taking a look at the drivers down on grid, and it looks like Stoneback's hood is open too. So we might have a double 5-minute call here, but we'll keep you guys posted. We asked the drivers to communicate to our grid workers or to our judges up here in the tower to let them know if they would like to take their 5. So we will keep you posted as to what's going to go down for this battle. We have a ton of drivers still left to run, so if we're going to move on to our next battle, we'll also keep you posted on that as well. So let's fill you guys in. We have both drivers here needing to take their competition 5 timeout. So they are going to head into the pits. Every driver is allowed 1 competition 5-minute timeout. We'll go ahead and time them on that and get them back up to the line as soon as they are done. Hopefully they're able to get their cars situated and get back to the line. But in the meantime, we have Kyle Bussey and what's Panza's first name? Anthony, thank you. Should have guessed. Anthony Panza there. Got a lot of Anthonys out here today. Anthony's and Michaels. It's almost like we're in North Jersey.
Mike's a good name, you know.
Yeah, I think it's all right.
I don't know who came up with the whole Michael, but they did a good job.
And I think some folks are noticing in the chat that some of our drivers do not have cages. There is no cage required for this part of the track. So if anybody at home is getting those keyboard fingers, getting those fingers buzzing, and you want to come out here and throw down, we do not have a cage required. If you want to head to the website and just check the tech rules, as long as you pass tech, you can come on out.
Kyle and Anthony sitting on the line. First half of their battle here at Casino Royale. See piloting that red 350Z Panza 300. Waiting for our judges' green light to let them start being judgy up here. The judges are ready. It seems like we're going to drop from our grid workers down here at Raceway Park as Bussy takes that lead. Then chase that IS 300. Kyle doing a good job keeping that 350Z out where the judges want to see it and keeping that gap away from Anthony Panza's IS 300 as both drivers loaded to high. As I say that, Panza shuts down the Lexus. Kyle still working that 350Z throughout Royale on the Kart Track at Raceway Park. As I'm trying to keep an eye on the side of my eye on Panza as he's working his way back into frame here. Kyle doing a fantastic job, looking super solid through our jam sessions here. As Anthony's trying to clean up this lap across the finish line. We'll have to flip these gentlemen back around. Kyle will have to chase him down. IS 300 will have his chance to lead.
Kyle Bussy putting on a really great lead run, looking super smooth in that VQ car. Unfortunately, Anthony Panza straightening up twice there on that run, so I believe that will be a 0 in his chase. But again, as we said earlier, anything can happen. We're going to go ahead and let Panza get to the line. He will lead. Bussy will chase him down in that Z car, that little, what did you call it, computer mouse?
Yeah, they're all
surfing the net.
Yeah, 350Zs just look like computer mouse. And here we go. Anthony taking that lead position, got to initiate into outside zone number 1, make sure he stays in our track limits set by our judges. Kyle doing a good job keeping that 350Z poised in position right behind him as both drivers work their way into outside zone number 2. Kyle Bussy trying to put the pressure on as Anthony Panza whips that IS out into outside 3. Needs to throw that thing back under control for that inside clip. As Kyle, as I say that, as Anthony is nowhere near that inside clip, taking the blow line all the way up to that outside. But Kyle makes his adjustments, falls back to that inside clip, falls right back into position behind the IS as Anthony Panza looking a lot more comfortable in the lead position here. A bit of a tire off, maybe too much rotation, and that's going to be too much out of Panza as Kyle patiently waiting for the space to finish over the finish line. I don't know if you guys can see it at home, but Panza's got these like eyelids on there. It makes this 350Z looks like he like can't see through the dust.
Too much sauce, I believe, Mike. So
Oh yeah.
that will be a 0-0 for Panza, and Kyle Bussy will be moving on. And we did have a bit of a clarification on a driver's name. I apologize. It is Kyle Bussy. So we'll go ahead and correct that going forward. My bad, Kyle. Excellent driving, though. Not to be confused with the Beaver with arguably the best rest stops in the South.
Looks like Kyle just got his emoji. And here we go, next battle already on the line. Payne getting chased down by Capoli. Both drivers work their way into outside zone number 1. Steve doing a good job in that 350Z, making sure he's checking off the checklist that our judges want to see, except for Jake, he'll give him a 20 as he's rotating into outside zone number 2. Capoli making sure that his proximity is known right behind Steve as they work their way to that inside clip. The curl out to that stretch of an outside zone, back into that next inside clip here. Rotates that 4th outside zone. Steve doing a good job with that 350Z, getting that thing planted and rotated back around for that final inside clip, which Capoli needs to make sure he doesn't make any contact, keep his composure, and across the finish line from both of these gentlemen, first half of their battle of the right side of the bracket, Casino Royale.
Really
I gotta
nicely.
stand like really like.
Yeah, Mike's got to point
facey.
the opposite direction for his mic to keep going. Mike's having an issue. But great job by Steve Payne. Honestly, he made it out for his final jam session. He got like the final lap before he closed it. So excellent job there by him and his team for getting the car back together. Really love to see when drivers are able to get back out to the line. So this time we will see the E46 lead and Steve in his Z chase him down.
Chad understand. Well, Bussy is out there taking win.
unfortunately, I think Steve was snoozing on the entry there. Adrian Kabuli in my old car, also owned by Chris Meyer, one of our judges here that rotates through. Excellent job, really shredding that thing in the lead. Steve Payne trying to make up for that error in the chase position in that Z. Adrian Kabuli really stretching out that last part to the outer zone number 4. Steve Payne really trying to hang in there, slide it off, one tire off track there. Unfortunately, I think that's going to be an error in the chase position by Steve, but we will go ahead and defer to our judges and see what they have to say.
That's why I never say it's over until you get both sides of the battle underway. Adrian pulling that E46 out. We'll have to see what our judges have as a final verdict here at the Casino Royale here at Raceway Park. Thank you guys for joining us on the internet or here live and in person in New Jersey. Beautiful weather out here. Nice little breeze on top of the bleachers. Watching these boys throw down out here on the kart track.
And let's make it official. Adrian Capulli in the black E46 gets the win, moving on to the top 16. And he will see Colin Cressett, who qualified 3rd, who has a bye run, but as we told you guys earlier, we are not running the bye runs today. So Colin, great job. He will see Adrian Capulli in the top 16. Drop some croissants in the chat for our boy qualifying 3rd. Nicely done. Next up on the line, Nick D'Alessio and Henriquez heading up there through D'Alessio's smoke, ready to throw down.
Nick and Will already waiting to take their battle. Nick taking that lead position in that S13 coupe, getting chased down by Will in that facelift V46.
We have the battle underway. William Henriquez in the chase and Nick D'Alessio in the lead. Mr. Delicious himself coming around outer zone at number 2, showing us how it's done there in that 1JZ coupe. Coming around outer zone number 3. William Henriquez is trying to keep up in the chase position in that E46. Nick D'Alessio is cooking the back part of this track. Really nicely done on that inner clip. Coming around outer zone number 5. And across to grab the last inner clip. Henriquez not really active in the chase, but I mean, Nick is moving in the lead. That is definitely a hard car to keep up with. Really nicely done there. Thank you guys for the lizards in the chat. I really appreciate that. Lizard, 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 lizard. Yeah, let me know if you're tired of that. I think we got, what, like another hour maybe, and then Sarah stopped saying lizard. Just let me know. I'll listen.
All right, our gentleman are flipped back around. Will now pulling himself up. It's that lead position for W now with the responsibility to put down what our judges are looking for. And now D'Alessio with that S13 coupe right behind him, chasing him down. And here we go, Will leaving that grid. Nice as D'Alessio starts chasing him down into outside zone number 1. Will initiates with his E46 a little outside our track limits as D'Alessio is going to try to make the pass, taking the real estate away.
Goodness gracious. Nick must have had some espresso from his espresso machine in the trailer because he's on fire today. Excellent job avoiding that. I may have heard, I think he's all right. I thought for a second that we heard a tire pop or something fail on that BMW that he may need to tow off, and indeed he does.
It does appear that Will does have a flat in the back of that E46, a D-bead for Will in his E46. And it looks like it's going to take it official. Nick D'Alessio and his S13 gets the win. Nick D'Alessio gets the win. A big shout to Will, basically driving the wheels off that thing.
And our final battle in the top 32, we have Anthony Rizzo and Brendan Johnson heading up there. They are warming it up in the burnout box right now. And then, of course, we'll jump back to the other side of the bracket for our top 16. We are moving through competition. Really nicely done out here by the drivers. Keeping it tight. Good job, guys. And I did misspeak earlier. We do have the second half of that the second half of that 5-minute battle in order to finish out the top 32. So let's go ahead and watch this battle underway. Away we go.
Rizzo taking that lead position. Cautiously loud. And down the outside zone. Down by John. They're doing a good job making that loud pedal named for a reason as he's screaming to outside zone number 2. Johnson trying to keep that proximity tight, trying to see through the tire smoke as he's trying to navigate through our course here. And Johnson has been blinded out. Rizzo making a ton of noise and a ton of tire smoke, navigating himself through our Casino Royale Kart Track Comp. Johnson trying to navigate safely behind him. Into the microphone. Mufflers are on sale, Amazon. Yeah, it's all about the tone, you know? It's all about the tone, not the volume.
And that looks like that is the exhaust that you can get from, I believe it's ISR. I think I have the exact same one. And I would like to know, like you guys to know, there is a resonated version of that, which I own.
Your car does not sound like that, Sarah.
You should.
That thing is so loud.
You
it
can
is
get
so
a
loud.
on there.
It needs more resonators. Less stickers, more resonators, everything we great. Great job on his lead lap. Rizzo honestly doing what the judges need to see. Johnson now has the possibility of taking that lead position with a big deficit, getting shut down in the smoke behind Rizzo's wildly loud S13 here at the Casino Royale. But as Sarah always says, weirder things have happened. Johnson qualifying 27th here, now needs to take down our 6th qualifier. Rizzo patiently waiting for the second half of this battle as I keep rambling around the same things. Green light, green light. Oh, we got a golf cart out there, that's why. Safety first, fellas, safety first.
So what's going on with
All right, here we go. For the battle here, Rizzo's going to chase him down as Johnson now responsible for that lead. Johnson initiates, Rizzo shortly behind him. As I say that, Rizzo falls behind. Johnson doing a good job getting himself into outside zone number 1. He's going to get himself into outside 2 a bit late as Rizzo's starting to close down that proximity. Both drivers work way to outside zone number 3. Johnson rotates into that first inside clip. Rizzo trying to keep his composure and put him a little patience as they both roll clear away into that stretch outside zone. Rizzo's car is so loud, I'm sure Johnson doesn't even know if his car is still running or not as he works his way through his outside zone, goes back into that inside clip. It's the last chance for Rizzo to make a mistake, and unfortunately Johnson unable to pull a mistake out of massively loud S13. And Rizzo is going to get the win. Officially, Rizzo is going to get the win. The mistake from Johnson in his chase, just unfortunately, not going to be able to be saved.
And to answer a question in the chat, we will not be taking a break between 32 and 16. So Chuck, you will have to just grab your phone with the live stream up and go ahead and get your food that way. Highly encourage that YouTube app on the phone. Thank you so much. We're going to jump right into it after the second half of this battle. If you guys remember, this is actually not Reese that's out there. This is Jeff Stonebeck in a borrowed car in order to finish his battle with Michael Smith, who looks like he has repaired his car. Unfortunately, if we remember, Smith spun out on entry or near entry, so he is sitting on a 0 in his chase. We'll see what he's got for us in the lead position with Jeff Stonebeck chasing him down.
Here we go, Michael Smith taking that lead position with that IS300, getting chased down by Jeff Stonebeck with a borrowed chassis thanks to Reese Marin graciously allowing Jeff to compete in his chassis. Reese still in competition. No, Reese is out. I'm sorry. Reese, his weekend already over. Stonebeck having some mechanical issues. We do allow a change of vehicles. So here we are, Stonebeck now piloting that Cool Cat Motorsports 350Z, but he has to chase down Mike Smith in that IS300 to work his way into the top 8. And here we go, Stonebeck pretty sure it's his first laps out here in this 350Z as he has to chase down Smith in his IS. Refuses to initiate to outside zone number 1, definitely pulling everybody for a loop, and Stonebeck doing a great job reading Smith's IS. Unfortunate turn of events for Mike. Doesn't look like that's going to be what the judges want to see. This works out for Stonebeck. Looks like he's going to use the time to get a little comfortable in the new chassis thanks to Reese Marin.
All right, we have Jimmy Oakes and Kevin O'Malley heading into the burnout box to warm up their tires. Really glad that we run the side-by-side burnout box here. That is very appreciated. That way we can make it faster.
Yeah, definitely more efficient to let these guys warm up both their tires at the same time. It's also a little more fair. Nobody's kind of waiting or getting iced, waiting for the other guy where he's taking 20 minutes in the shower. So both these guys are now working their way out of the bark box. Same time, Jimmy taking that lead position. He's going to get down Kevin O'Malley. You guys are unaware, that last battle, I repeat, Stonebeck, Jeff Stonebeck taking the win in that borrowed car. And here we go, our next battle on the line. Jimmy Oakes takes that first outside zone, getting that rear axle exactly where the judges wanted to see. O'Malley trying to close that proximity with that BRZ as he works his way into outside zone number 2. The BRZ with a little bit of a bobble as Jimmy looks nice and pulled, working his way out of outside 2 into outside 3. Jimmy rotates that S13 out as the BRZ O'Malley trying to close that gap and keep up to the side of that SL20 powered S13 of Oakes as he works his way into that next inside clip and rotates that 4th outside zone. O'Malley trying to keep that proximity nice and tight. A little surgy in and out of the zones here as Jimmy's working his way through our kart track here at Casino Royale. A good half of the battle here. Jimmy's now responsibility to take the chase. O'Malley will have to lead.
All right, really nicely done in the lead position by Jimmy Oakes. Really, really smooth, as Mike was saying. Obviously, your number 1 qualifier here today, so that makes sense. And then Kevin O'Malley in that blue BRZ FRS. This is actually his first competition ever, so really well done. Trying to keep up with that faster car in the chase position as well.
He was also the first person to sign up for Royale.
That's confidence right there.
So
Really
first
nicely
comp,
done.
first one to show up. It just means all you guys at home or joining us here at Raceway Park, sign up for the comps here at Raceway Park. This one is cageless. The rules are a little lighter. This is a tire limited comp. And you can see here as you got Jimmy Oaks now chasing down O'Malley here. Top 8 of Casino Royale here at Raceway Park. As O'Malley trying to do what the judges want to see, and he's doing a great job as Jimmy's trying to put that pressure on now as they both rotate into outside zone number 2. O'Malley's BRZ right on the edge of the track, but Jimmy keeping that proximity nice and tight, barking at the door handles of that BRZ. It's clean paint on there, Jimmy. Be gentle. O'Malley working his way to that outside zone. Oaks still right there as they call in that inside clip. Oaks has to check a little bit for the track limits. Jump back to the side as O'Malley get a little bit of hang, but Jimmy back on the throttle, keeping that SR spun right back up, keeping it nice and tight here. That next outside is O'Malley making the real estate work, and Jimmy keeping it tight across the finish line.
Really, really well done there. Kevin looking even more settled in the lead position. Again, really, really good for his first competition ever. And then, of course, Jimmy Oaks, not afraid to bully him around the track there. Nicely done, getting all the way in the side of that door of the BRZ, but no contact that I saw. I think it's going to be really hard to not give Jimmy the win here. Should we make that official, guys? All right, and we are going to make that official. Jimmy Oaks getting the win, moving on. Excellent driving by Kevin O'Malley as well. Really nicely done. We hope to see him out here at another competition. And as Mike said earlier, this is probably the most entry level of all the comps here at E-Town, the Casino Royale.
There's no cage requirements here, so you can come out cageless, tandem, and come out with prizes. We got Grip Royal throwing down a bunch of great prizes. Thanks to all of our drivers for showing up. A big shout to Grip Royal, making sure they're gripping the best steering wheel in the game out here at Raceway Park. So if you want to get signed up, send yourself over to racewaypark.com. You can sign up for a Casino Royale, or even, there's round 3 of the Gamblers right around.
It is. It's next weekend. If you guys can pass tech, that is a cage required series there. It also is also tire limited. So if you want to head over to Raceway Park's website, you can check out all of the rules for competition. And we hope to see you guys out there, whether it's as a driver, maybe as a spectator, or go ahead and watch from home with our excellent live stream. Thank you so much to the guys that run that and our drone pilots as well.
Yeah, there's a ton of other activities available here at Raceway Park, so go ahead and check out the website for everything that you ever wanted to do if you're over here in New Jersey. But we got our next battle up on the line. We got Phil the Dent guy piloting that crazy sounding Corvette, getting chased down by another computer mouse. All right. Cody works his way right to the door handle of Phil as he works his way into outside zone number 1. Phil's Corvette rotates into outside zone number 2 as Nico has to close that gap out. We're not to see him match that angle a little better as he's starting to fall in position now as they work their way into outside zone number 3. Phil rotates into that inside clip. He needs to stretch out to that next outside zone. Cody's right there on the backside of that Corvette as that Corvette's screaming into that second inside clip. Nichols rotates back into that next outside zone as Phil's already planted and poised as Nichols just trying to keep that proximity tight, trying to keep up to the side. And that V8 as he kicks out that inside clip and Phil crosses the finish line. A good
Really nicely done there by both of these guys. Phil just screaming again. I'll say it. I don't care if it's trouble or not. That is the weirdest sounding Corvette I've ever heard. Not an insult, just an observation there. Phil, regular here at the Gambler. We see him here shredding at E-Town. Excellent driver. Nicely done there in the lead. And a great job in the chase, too, by Nichols as well. And we'll see if we can flip those guys around, let Nichols lead, and Phil Silva chase him down.
And here we go. Here as Cody's going to take that, taking the responsibility down. The judges are judging as Cody does exactly what he needs to do, but Phil's right there, keeping that proximity nice and tight. Cody Nichols rotates back up to outside 2. Phil trying to keep that proximity as he works his way back to the side. Back out to outside 3, but Phil's still right there with that Corvette screaming in his ear as they're going to have to work into the only high horsepower full throttle all the course here as they rotate back through that second inside clip, the next outside zone. Cody's doing a fantastic job getting that 350Z where he needs to go, but Phil taking every bit of that real estate and using it to maximum, screaming that 8-1. through the windows of that 350. Good job to Cody in his lead lap. Phil right there behind him. We'll have to go to the judges for our final verdict.
Absolutely. You know what they say, you cannot have a good chase without a good lead. And we saw 2 good leads, 2 great chases. So I don't really want to be in the section of the judges' tower right now while they are deliberating on that. We'll let them go ahead and review some of that footage. Perhaps a side-by-side replay is in store for us there up on that live stream. Again, if you guys are hanging out here with us in person and you want to see what our judges are seeing, grab that YouTube app, head over to Raceway Park's YouTube channel, pull up the live stream, and you can see what we see. Join in on the chat. And if you are watching at home, thank you guys so much. We've got Dmitry Brutsky and Jake Moule warming their tires up in the burnout box. And again, our judges are reviewing that last battle. We will let you know as soon as we have a winner. All right, our judges are still deliberating here. Bear with us. That, to me, means we had a great battle, which I love, whenever it's tough for them to decide. So as soon as we have a winner, we will let you guys know here. And again, thank you so much for joining us out here at Raceway Park for Casino Royale. All right, and it looks like Phil the Dent Guy will get the win. Phil Silva gets the win, moving on to the top 8. Nicely done there. And let's get into our next battle. Dmitry Brutsky, Jake Moule on the line right now. All right, Dmitry Brutsky qualifying 4th will lead, and Jake Moule qualifying 13th is going to chase him down. Dmitry in that practice S14 there, calling everyone out on the internet. Looks decent so far in outer zone number 1, but Jake Moule is knocking on his door as they come around the track to outer zone number 2. Dmitry Brutsky really well done there as he comes around that outer zone. Jake Moule keeping up with him, mirroring that transition, really well done into outer zone number 3. Let's see if these guys can extend it around from 3 to 4, hit that interclip, hit that zone. Really nicely done there in the lead by Dmitry Brutsky. Jake Moule not missing a beat in the chase position. Really, really well done in the chase there by Moule. Dmitry coming around that last interclip and across the line. Wow. Jake Moule is dialed in the chase position. He came out to throw down today. Let's get those guys back to the line. Let Jake lead this time and Dmitry Brutsky chase him down. All right, here we go for the second half of this battle. Jake Moule in the lead. Dmitry Brutsky chasing him down. Jake Moule pulling that e-brake seat in outer zone number 1. Dmitry Brutsky right there with him. Jake looking absolutely settled, exiting that zone as he transitions across the track to grab outer zone number 2. His wheel is on the edge of the track here, guys. Dmitry Brutsky smoking those tires off to keep up with him in the chase. Jake Moule coming around looking absolutely settled, grabbing that interclip, picking up some speed through outer zone number 4. Dmitry Brutsky sticking with him in the chase, born on that angle. Jake Moule picking it up to get to outer zone number 5 around here. Dmitry Brutsky again right there with him as the BMW transitions to grab that final inside clip and across the line. Well done here, boys. I don't want to be a judge right now. I got to say that much. And I know Mike would agree because he's shaking his head at me. And go ahead and bear with us here because Mike is having mic issues. The old mic on the mic. Guys, sometimes the technology does not want to cooperate with us, unfortunately.
You know, you can just tell them we're just giving them a favor. They don't want to listen to me anymore.
Mike, they love you in your Premio sausage apron the way sausage should be.
They don't even know how well I'm dressed right now. They have no idea.
Mike is head to toe black right now, complete with Premio Italian sausage apron. he really commits to the bit, and that's what I like about you.
I'm not wearing any pants underneath this apron.
Things we could have gone without knowing. Thank you, though, Mike. As I take the microphone back. He's lying. I can see pants. Thank God.
They're shorts.
And I think a quick shout out to his biological son, Doug the dog at home. Hopefully he's watching his dad here on the live stream. Doug spelled D-U-G. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
All right, our judges are still deliberating here. We've got clipboards. They're head down over here in the booth, really going over those battles. I believe we have a side-by-side up here on the live stream that you guys can be checking out. And go ahead and let us know in the chat. I know you guys love to backseat judge from the comfort of your own home, so go ahead and hop in that chat and let us know what you're thinking. And as I say that, we do have a winner. Dimitri Brutsky gets the win. Dimitri Brutsky gets the win. Moving on to our top 8. But a hell of a drive by Jake Moole. Excellent job. And honestly, I love the paint job on that BMW as well.
All right, up next we got Daniel with Carl taking that lead. Carl piloting that IS300. Daniel and Carl taking that impact well as he works his way into outside zone number 3. Daniels with that FRS now trying to close that gap back up, already making contact into outside zone number 1. Carl's IS300 looks like it took the hit well as Daniel's FRS still poised and in position. Daniel looking fantastic in our jam sessions here. As you can see that aggression here as he's finishing off his chase lap with Carl's IS300 taking the lead.
All right, that was Daquan Daniel and Carlo De La Rosa. Carl in that bright highlighter Lexus, looking good. Carl came to throw down today.
That's Dayton Boys Yellow.
Dayton Boys Yellow? He's not part of the Dayton Boys, though.
Oh, but that's Dayton Boys Yellow.
It indeed is. I don't know who had it first. Possibly the Dayton Boys. Maybe we can, if anyone is a Midwest driver here, maybe you guys can hop in the chat, let us know. But Carl, man, throwing down. Love to see him out here in comp. Hilarious dude. But there we go. Daniel in the lead this time. Delos, Carl, whose last name is hard to say. Carl in the chase. Throwing it down here, guys. Excellent job by Daniel in the lead. Really smooth there. You can tell he's giving it all he's got on the throttle. Does not phase Carl in the chase position there, coming around outer zone number 2. Daniel there, excellent job as he transitions across the track. Warren Smoke, I can barely see him there, but still really smooth as they come around outer zone number 3 in that inner clip. He's hammered down to get to outer zone number 4, and Carl sticking with him there in the chase. Really nicely done. Really putting the proximity on, putting the pressure on, coming around outer zone number 5 to that inner clip. Tossed it over there and across the line.
Daniel had a cool transition in that last inside clip across the finish line here. Daniel's definitely throwing down. We'll have to see what our judges have for their final verdict. Boy math, Jake, what do you say? All right, looks like Carl's going to get the win. Carl taking the win with the IS300. Unfortunately, Daniel's mistake, getting a little too greedy in that first outside zone, but Daniel's definitely driving like a badass this weekend. Excited to see him back out.
Absolutely. I don't know if this is his first comp. Sorry, not certain of that. However, this is the first time we've seen him out here at Raceway Park. Glad to have him out. Hope we see him at more kart comps and maybe even a gambler if he's feeling froggy. We also had a question in the chat whether or not Chris is driving. Chris was driving and tried qualifying, and his steering column has exited the chat. So unfortunately, Chris Knapp was not able to continue. But Tim, more importantly, why are you not driving?
Ooh, sick burn. All right, our next two drivers up in the line, Jimmy and Sean. Jimmy piloting that blue S13 in that lead position. Sean the chase with the white S13, KA powered. I believe Jimmy still rocking a V8 underneath the hood.
Yes, I can hear the sweet sounds of my people wafting up to the judges' tower right now. A nice fat idol. Love to see it. Jimmy Raver qualifying second is in the lead. And Gray Not sure where he qualified, but chasing him down there. Jimmy looking absolutely dialed today, super smooth in that blue S13 in the lead. Sean Frey chasing him down, seeing if he can keep up there in that KA. Giving it all to Scott Captain. Nicely done there, sticking with him through outer zone number 2, coming around to outer zone number 3, and of course, announcer's curse with a bit of a straight in there by Frey. Jimmy Rayburn continuing on here through outer zone number 3. He is moving. Tosser in there coming into outer zone number 5. Chilling out just a little bit as he comes around the track, transitioning to grab that inner clip, allowing Frey to catch up and across the line. That's a heartbreaker. I hate to see it.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to see something like that out of Sean, already ripping through all of our jam sessions and our practice sessions here at Casino Royale. But it's part of it, unfortunately.
And Tim would like to defend himself a little bit here. Apparently his car blew up at Pro Down. Probably because he was driving it within an inch of its life, as he does. And we would have loved to have you here either as a driver or a judge, apparently, if he was able to get off work. We love you, Tim. We love to see you drive. All right, here we go. Second half of this battle. Frey in the lead. Rayburn chasing him down. Frey sitting on that error from the chase run of their first battle together. Let's see if he can redeem himself. He's really throwing it in there all the way at the edge of the track with Jimmy. Oh, no. Jimmy, I was going to say glued to his side, maybe too glued, definitely contact. Jimmy's fender is flapping in the breeze at this point. He's able to stick with him, really feathering that throttle, we can hear it, to stay with Frey. Frey straightening out a little bit there to grab outer zone number 4. Jimmy Rayburn just on him now. I'm not sure how the judges are going to judge that contact as they come around outer zone number 5 and across to grab that inner clip. Jimmy just sticking with him. Might as well at this point. And across the line. Wow.
Nobody working harder than Jimmy's push rods right now as he's chasing down that KA-powered S13 of Sean. Frey's just listening to Jimmy scream all 8 holes of that engine into his car. Both these gentlemen making a little bit of a contact there. Jimmy's looks like passenger side fender. It's getting a little bit of a flop, but it looks like we do have a verdict. Go to the boy math to get an official. And we do have an official. Jimmy Revert is going to get the win. Jimmy Revert gets the win.
All right, so you might see Reese Marin's Cool Cat vehicle on the line, but that is actually not Reese. That is Jeff Stoneback piloting that car. I believe there was a mechanical failure to his, so unfortunately he had to jump in his buddy's car there.
All right. Bussy is out there right now with Stoneback. Stoneback, that's not Bussy, it's Bussy. Kyle Bussy. All right, Beaver's in the chat. Stoneback taking that lead position with that borrowed vehicle. I believe he's only got the laps that you guys have seen on the live stream in this car. Kyle patiently waiting. I think they're just waiting for the green light from our judges. You guys ready for boy math? Are you guys ready yet? If they got the thumbs up from the judges. Track is up here safe. Waiting for our grid workers to send the dudes, dude. We're waiting for the party. We're waiting for the eyes in the sky. For you lovely people at home, big shout out to our media personnel both in the box and in the booth. I just got word it's Gus's fault. And here we go, Stoneback taking that lead position, going up against Kyle. Bussy out getting the chase down as they work their way into outside zone number 1. Stoneback And that Barrow 350Z looks like he's a natural in the car as he's working away to outside two. But Kyle putting the pressure on, maybe just barely touching that back tire of that Barrow vehicle of Stoneback as both those 350Z work their way over to outside zone number 3. Stoneback doing a good job curling that Cool Cat Motorsports 350Z back out to that inside clip, all stretched all the way out to that outside zone and back into that next inside clip. But Kyle is literally right there, barking on the door handles. You guys like share parts, but you can't smash them together. But Kyle's shoving the canards of that front bumper right behind the front wheel of Reese Marin as they rotate to the final clipping points here in front of the judges and across the finish line.
You can see the drivers are stoked on that run. Both of them with their hands out the window, fist bumping. They're stoked on that. What a heck of a chase by Kyle Bussey. Excellent job. And also great job by Jeff Stoneback driving a car that he doesn't normally pilot, just hopping in there to Reese's vehicle. And lucky for all of us involved, all of the sighted individuals, we're going to go ahead and flip him around, let Bussey lead, and Jeff Stoneback chase him down. So my eyes are looking and going Reese, but I know that's Jeff in there. It's like they're making us work for it. They know we're not that smart. All right, here we go. Kyle Bussey in the lead. Jeff Stoneback chasing him down in that borrowed Cool Cat vehicle. Kyle really, really smooth and settled coming through outer zone number 1. But Jeff Stoneback is knocking on the door there in the chase position. Kyle set himself up for outer zone number 2 really well as they come around. And Jeff just mirroring him in every way there in the chase position. Kyle coming around outer zone number 3 to that inner clip. Really nicely. Uh-oh. A little bit of an error there on Stoneback's part. He might have lost where he was in the smoke, but he stayed in it, and that's what we're talking about, some commitment there. Nicely done again by Kyle coming around the track, and Jeff is right there with him. We're going to have to look at the replay, but from my perspective, that looked like about 4 tires off there for Mr. Stoneback.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate turn of events for Stoneback. Definitely applaud the effort, cleaning up as much of that run as he possibly could. But we're going to have to go over to mainly Jake over here to understand what's going on, waiting for our final verdict.
I can't believe.
All right, let's make it official. Kyle Bussey, Kyle Bussey gets the win. Moving on to the top 8. Excellent drive out of Kyle as well. Really making us proud here. And I know Jeff was stoked on that battle as well. Kyle will see Jimmy Ravert in the top 8. Warming up in the burnout box. Your favorite and ours, Colin Cressette. Let's go. Get those croissants in the chat. And going up against him in my old car, Adrian Capulli. I don't know who to root for in this battle, so I'm just going to root for drifting.
I don't know. I've seen a lot of VQs get new Bayview windows, so I think Colin deserves a little happiness in his life.
I think he does too, and as much as I hate VQ engines with every fiber of my being, and I really do, I love watching him drive. So, and away we go. Colin Cressette in the lead. Adrian Capulli chasing him down, tossing it in there. Colin Cressette already moving through outer zone number 1. Adrian tossing it in there to get with him. Colin Cressette, orange smoke. It does not phase Adrian. Oh! Announcer's curse. That was a lot of smoke to drive through. He lined it up, he did the math, and unfortunately the math was wrong on that one. Colin Cressette continuing on here throughout the rest of this lap. Colin's looking dialed today. No wonder our number 3 qualifier there. Adrian's sticking with it. And again, this is only the first half of the battle, so it's not over till it's over. Let's get these guys back to the line and allow Adrian to lead this time and see if Colin can chase him down.
Yeah, definitely a lot of constraint out of Adrian, dumping himself into outside 2, trying to close that gap up. But unfortunately, Colin just a little too much bite, and Adrian just a little bit too much loop. But Collins now has to take that responsibility to chase down Adrian's E46. Adrian working his way right behind as both these drivers work their way back to the grid. Big shout out to our media personnel in the box as the sun starts creeping out from behind the clouds. Definitely a weather change here. Colin, this could be your time, brother.
Yeah, honestly, big shout out to all of our grid workers, our track workers, all of our media. If the media was not out here, you would not look cool on the internet. So make sure you support your local media. In the lead, we have Adrian Capulli with a big flick here to enter. Big e-brake pull. Colin Cressette reeling him in there on entry. Adrian has something to prove here. He did that big error going into outer 2 on his chase run. Colin reeling him in the exact same spot. Adrian looking dialed in the lead. Colin in the chase, mirroring clearing him on transition. Really nicely done there. Adrian looking settled in my old car, making me proud out there in the lead. Bit of a strain coming into outer zone number 4. Again, in that underpowered car, so he can make it around the track. Colin Cressette kind of hanging back just a little bit in the chase position. Adrian doing a nice job in the lead. A big flick. Oh no. And now they can kiss. Unfortunately, that is going to be a 0-0, it looks like. And I will look over to the judges before making it official. Colin Cressette gets the win, moving on to the top 8. It is time for the croissants in the chat.
An unfortunate turn of events for Adrian in his E46. But the car is unscathed, no damages. It gets to live and fight another day. Hopefully we'll see him back out at another Raceway Park drifting competition here. That's just a reminder, if you guys are at home, racewaypark.com, you can sign yourself up for a Casino Royale. That is a cageless tire limited comp or one of our gambler comps on both the stadium and the road course. Those events do require a roll cage, but also have a tire limiting rule as well. Get signed up at racewaypark.com. We can see you out here for your own battles.
On the line now, we have the Battle of the Coupes. I believe Nick has a 1J.
What?
I think Nick has a 1J. I'm going with that.
What?
2J, my bad. 2J,
What?
2J car. Nick was moving earlier. Loved watching him. And then we also have another coupe, except for this one's got a V8. So I think we can get a little bit of a little rivalry in the chat here if you prefer a 2J or if you prefer a V8. Anthony Rizzo qualifying 6th is going to lead. Nick D'Alessio qualifying 11th is going to chase him down. Let's see which coupe comes out on top. I don't know. Mike, stop yelling. Mike's just standing next to me, just yelling at me right now.
We got to share one stick, so now we're one stick.
We're sharing one mic. One mic. 2 announcers, one mic. Tune in later.
Yeah, racewaypark.com.
Respectfully, respect. He's a father, okay? Doug is listening at home. All right, the lights are out. Away we go. Anthony Rizzo, Nick D'Alessio, the battle of the Italians, Gabagool. Anthony Rizzo tossing into outer zone number 1 with that V8, screaming his way through that zone. Nick D'Alessio not one to be shown up, tossing that 2J car into outer zone number 2. Right with him. Nick is in the smoke right now as they transition around to outer zone number 3. Anthony Rizzo coming around that inner clip, putting the pedal to the floor and letting us hear it coming around the track. That inner clip, Nick D'Alessio, just everything he's got coming in. Super quick in the chase position, falling back just slightly towards the end of the track. And then Anthony Rizzo coming around to that last outer clip and across the line. I'm not even sure if you guys can hear me when that car is running. And again, as much as I do love me a V8, good golly molly, put a muffler on that thing. I almost dropped a curse word.
What?
Mike is now deaf. Please tune in later for when he gets his hearing back. Car's great. I love to listen to it when it's idling all the way across there.
Rizzo's car is basically me with my other microphone.
It's true. You guys were getting husky on Mike in the chat.
Now you're yelling.
All right, here we go. Nick Delicious in the lead in that JZ car, coming into outer zone number 1. Anthony Rizzo in the chase. Nick D'Alessio looking absolutely dialed in outer zone number 1. Anthony Rizzo reeling him in, coming into outer zone number 2. Nick D'Alessio absolutely planted, pouring smoke off his car, transitioning across the center section of the track. Anthony Rizzo not letting him get away there along that inner clip. Nick D'Alessio, this is where he's the fastest around the track, and Anthony not letting him get away. Nick transitioning around to that final outer zone. Holy cow, Anthony on his door as they come around that inner clip and across the line. Wow. An excellent chase by Rizzo, but you cannot have a chase without a good lead, and Nick D'Alessio with a textbook lead. Smooth as butter. All right, and we do have a winner. Rizzo is going to get the win. Rizzo gets the win. These boys will be sent back to the pits. Excellent battle, possibly the best one so far today. Good job, guys. Coupe on coupe violence.
What? Oh, I gotta wait for him to move across the judges' table. Rizzo, seriously, that car is so loud, dude. Look at him. I can hear you all the way over here, brother. R.I.P. brother.
Hey, the good news is that if he wins it all and gets the big check, he could spend it on a muffler.
If any muffler companies, resonators, or anything are out there in the stratosphere of the internet,
Hell,
if you would like to sponsor an event and bring out,
we would take like a bunch of tube socks just jammed in at this point, right? We'll make our own packing material. All right, everybody, give me your socks. It's not for what you think.
All right, next two drivers up on the line. We got Jimmy over on the left side waiting for Phil to finish warming up his tires. Jimmy Oaks piloting that SR20 powered S13 going up against Phil piloting that Corvette with an 8-to-1 header. That's why it sounds so high-pitched. That's why Sarah doesn't like it.
I don't want to say don't like it, but I mean, it sounds good idling. Here we go. This is actually a rematch from last round. Jimmy Oaks in the lead. Phil Silva chasing him down. Jimmy Oaks looking absolutely settled coming in outer zone number 1. Excellent job there transitioning across the track. Just moving, and to pull on a V8 car, like you can tell how fast he's going there. Phil Silva in the chase. Just pouring smoke there behind Jimmy. Exactly where he needs to be. Really giving him a run for his money there. Jimmy Oaks absolutely planted coming across the track. Again, really smooth in all the zones. Excellent lead. Phil taking full advantage of that lead and taking a cone with him as he comes around the track. The Corvette has a cone in its mouth right now. Go fetch, and he did.
Jesse's just like, oh, I'm gonna get a new one.
Ooh, he's stealing.
Ooh, he's stealing, Phil.
Phil be stealing.
Phil, give us that cone back, Phil.
Look, it's just like perfectly in there.
Give me that cone. It's like when you tell your dog, give me that, and he just runs away more.
Oh, I need what you have.
Hey, Gus, take that back for us. That guy's stealing stuff.
All right, we're getting the guys back to the line. We've rescued the cone from Phil's grill. Thank goodness. I know that cone's probably happy to not be going for a second ride.
Imagine standing on a street corner and then some guy just picks you up and takes you for a ride like that.
He's minding his own business. The cone was minding his own business.
He was. He didn't even hear it coming. Next
Wasn't
thing you know,
even-
he's screaming around.
He wasn't even resisting. And yet.
Wild days we live in.
All right, here we go. Phil is on the line, ready to lead. Jimmy Oaks chasing him down. Let's see what these guys have. A rematch from the last Casino Royale. I don't want to say the first. Phil with a big flick here to enter. Jimmy Oaks on his door on entry. Going, I'm going to show you why I qualified first there, buddy. Coming around to outer zone number 2. Nicely done there. Excellent line by Phil. Jimmy Oaks might as well be in his passenger seat as they come around the track. Jimmy on his door. This is the definition of dooring somebody. Phil coming around, grabbing outer zone number 4. Around to that inner clip. Jimmy, his absolute shadow as he comes around to outer zone number 5. Phil pouring the angle on to get around the last portion of this track, and Jimmy is right there in the pocket. The guys are fist bumping out the window. They're loving this battle. So are we. I don't want to be a judge right now.
Yeah, definitely don't want to have to do the boy math over here on the other side of the table, but make some noise for Phil and Jimmy as they work their way to the second half of the battle here. Phil piloting that blue Corvette, Jimmy piloting that SR20 powered S13 Sylvia. Both these gentlemen just threw down here at Casino Royale, but we're going to have to wait for our judges for a final verdict of our winner.
And obviously, me and Mike were stoked on that battle. Every time we get excited, I think same with all announcers. You know it's a really close battle, and then what follows afterwards is our judges are going to take a minute to deliberate. Again, I see clipboards up. They're watching the replay. You guys can check out the replay for yourselves on the live stream, and they're really doing the big think. You know, I can see the steam coming off their noggins.
Yeah, Jake's ears are bright red. There's a dense, almost oil-style smoke coming out of his ears. I'm pretty sure that thing's got low compression. It's running.
Jake's brain has dropped a cylinder, but he's really hanging in there, giving it all she's got, Captain.
Yeah, I mean, the limiter sounds nice, though.
At least it's not Rizzo's car. Bless up. I was curious while the judges are deliberating. Mike, if Premio Sausage came with the sponsor money, would you get a Premio Sausage tattoo?
Yeah, I would tattoo my sausage.
That is not what I asked, nor was it what I wanted to know.
Premio sausage the way sausage should be.
They better run this man his money immediately. Good Lord. And as we can probably predict by how long that took to judge, that is going to be a one more time battle. And we have our drivers back on the line. We've got Dimitri and Carl. Dimitri in the lead in that S14. Carl chasing him down in his Lexus. Coming around outer zone number 1. Dimitri, he is moving. It must be all gas, no brakes in this situation as he comes around outer zone number 2. Punting a cone out of the way and coming around to outer zone at number 3. Carl right there with him as they come around that inner clip to grab outer zone number 4 and get around that cone again. Dimitri is absolutely moving. That car is fast now. Coming around outer zone at number 5. Carl right there with him as they transition across that inner clip and across the line. Nicely done there, guys.
Dimitri piloting that S14, throwing down a lead, making Carl work for it in that IS300. Can only assume it's still JZ powered.
They were looking at a little bit of contact, which is why the judges were taking a while to deliberate. There may have been some damage to Jimmy's car. However, we do have some shout outs in the chat that if you do need another Origin kit, you should hit up our boys up at Faction Motorsports in Rutherford, New Jersey, I believe. Tell them I said, what's up? Tell them I said, grab some granola. And if you guys need any aero or have your car not look ugly, you should definitely head up to Faction.
Also, check out their podcast. It's on the internet. You know, do the things, find their socials, as well as all the rest of our event sponsors. Big shout out to Grip Royal, best steering wheels in the game.
Yeah, and if you can make a granola joke to Frankie, I will Venmo you for that. So.
Yeah, high dollar. Sarah's paying top dollar for granola.
Yes, one singular dollar.
Top dollars, though. They're top. They're from the top of the stack.
Right. They're the best of the $1 bills for a granola joke.
From the top of the pile, top of the stack. And here we go, second half of the battle here is Carl and his IS300 now taking the lead. Dimitri looks like he's going to miss a shift. He's got to have a big gap to have to clean up now as Carl and his IS go through outside zone number 1. Carl rotates out to outside 2. Dimitri's now getting back into the picture and starting to close that gap up as he works his way through outside 3. Carl nice and poised though as he works his way to outside
zone right before that first inside clip where he's got stretched out to that big stretch of an outside zone. He gets that IS nice and out there, curls it back right into the inside clip, but Dimitri right there on the backside, transition timing almost identical to Carl's IS as they work their way to that next outside zone, curl back in for that last inside clip. Dimitri right there on the side of the door handles, chrome door handles on the side of that thing nonetheless. But a great battle here, second half out of Carl and Dimitri.
Another great battle here. Two very different cars, two great drivers. Honestly, I'm really proud of Carl, another Faction Motorsports podcast employee? Star? He's a star, baby. Really proud of him. I know a couple years back he wasn't even in comps, and now he's like running them. So excellent job, Carl. Excellent job, Dimitri. We will let you know when our car judges have a decision.
We do have a final verdict, and it looks like it's going to pay off as Carl with the IS 300 is going to get the win, taking out Dimitri Bruschi. Carl with the IS gets the win.
That puts him in the final four. Carl throwing down. I'm proud of him. I hope that everyone else is proud of him too. Given Dimitri Bruschi hell, you really have to have your driving on point to knock a driver like Bruschi out. So excellent job. You can hear him doing, I don't know what to call that. Just happy throttle. He's doing happy throttle in the pits right now.
Pats.
Yeah.
Happy pats.
Yeah. It's basically like tippy taps.
Exactly. Golden retriever.
Yeah, the golden retriever of drifting. Excellent. Hey, I hope that sticks. Truly.
Hey, I mean, we're all out here just, trying to get shaky. We're just looking for adrenaline as we jump right back into our next battle, talking about adrenaline. As Jimmy Rayburn taking that lead, as Cody's trying to close that gap up with that 350Z, both drivers. Oh, that's Bussy, not Cody. That's Bussy. Bussy's out there. Kyle trying to close that gap up as Jimmy's both drivers working their way to outside zone number 2. Oh yeah, this is a squinty 350Z. It's like he's having trouble trying to see as he gets through the smoke as Jimmy throwing the wheel speed at that outside zone. But Bussy out there rolling him down, trying to hold that door handle right to the side. Give me those pockets, Jimmy. I'm trying to hang on to something as they rotate in that last inside clip. Kyle's doing a fantastic job. Honestly, watching Kyle jam through the jam sessions was like actually fun to watch. And Jimmy's always full throttle all the time, big angle. It's a good battle.
Excellent battle. With Jimmy, a regular at the Gambler, I've seen him drive a bunch. Today is one of his best days of driving, I will say. He's dialed. I know he had some car trouble in the past, so maybe that's what's the difference between, the last round and this one. But he looks great. Kyle looks awesome too. He was like unsure of himself coming into this, like, oh, I don't know. But he's throwing down out here. That's the proof. Like, if you guys are unsure of your driving, come out. Let the driving speak for itself, I say at least. But we're going to go ahead and let Kyle lead and Jimmy chase.
All right, Kyle's now taking that lead position. His responsibility is to give all the real estate he possibly can to Jimmy Raver as Jimmy chases him down that blue S13. Kyle jumps into outside zone number 1. Jimmy trying to keep that proximity nice and tight as Jimmy cranks up the wheel speed and the angle, trying to keep it behind that 350Z as he jumps to the side of Kyle. Both drivers working their way through outside zone number 2. Bussy doing a good job getting all of outside zone number 2. Rotates outside 3. And Jimmy's going to start screaming in his ear now as they rotate into the inside clip. Kyle's got to work that car all the way out to that outside clip and back into that next inside clip. Jimmy, fenderless, already taking some licks out here, not scared to catch the door handles as Bussy working his way out all the way through that last outside zone. Curls it back in with a good transition, but Jimmy can't get shaken across the finish line.
Yeah, you can tell we are deep in the competition now. When you see this level of driving, it's going to be harder and harder to pick a winner out here. Really well done by Kyle Bussy, and excellent job by Jimmy Rayburn as well. I love watching those guys drive, and they couldn't be in more different cars as well. So apparently it has been brought to our attention that someone is calling everyone out in the chat.
Show up, put up or shut up.
Yeah, we welcome you in a nice way. If you think you can throw down, which I think you can, I believe in you, get the car out here. There's jam sessions to qualify. There's plenty of practice. Honestly, there's a ton of seat time at these events as well, so you can justify the cost as like as much, if not more, seat time than a fun day.
You'll never work out every bug and every quirk out of a car until you go and use it. And these events are hands down the perfect place to come down and use it. You're going to get so much seat time. You're going to get plenty enough time to have fun. And then you have the potential to bring home some prize and money. Like, I don't know, that's cool to me.
100%. And the best way to get better as a driver is to drive with people that are better than you. And we have a great field of drivers out here, as we do at a lot of events here at Raceway Park. So you get to come here in tandem with some of the best guys like in the game, pretty much. And East Coast Drift School, bringing some of the drivers out here to competition. We've had everyone from someone who's a veteran in competition to somebody who is at their first ever event who came up driving with Chris Knapp at East Coast Drift School. So it's kind of like a little bit of everything.
I believe Chris has a couple of senseis out there. They're like wandering around. You got a couple cars and a couple drivers out there still like wandering around. I know Jimmy's down here all the time bothering you for track time, so he's getting his seat time in. And so if you ever want to come down to Raceway Park and you want to learn how to drift, make sure you hit up East Coast Drift School. You can get some private track time or some one-on-one lessons with the man himself.
I think every driver that's in the comp still is a student of mine.
Well, there you have it. Everybody out here is a student or part of the East Coast Drift School. So if you like to get out here ripping just like these gentlemen and ladies, then get yourself signed up, East Coast Drift School, racewaypark.com. You know, you can just come out here and hang out. There's a bar on the road course. I don't know what people need more. There is literally food trucks. There's a bar. There's friends. There's family. There's cars. Rizzo's going to buy a muffler.
There's sideways burnouts. There's usually dogs in attendance. It's a great time for some like-minded individuals who like, you know, some cars, some fun stuff. There's usually a car show. Shout out Los Goonies.
There's unlimited root beer.
What?
Yeah.
Unlimited root beer?
Yeah, Chris, hold on, Chris. Fill him in about the unlimited root beer.
Oh, Wild Bill's is out here. You want some good sodas, that's where you go. Wild Bill's.
See, you heard it from the man himself. Wild Bill's, you wander over there, you get yourself a chalice, and they'll just hook you up for life, I think.
You're telling me I could have had root beer in a chalice this whole time, and here I am, chaliceless?
With a straw.
With a straw?
And a lid.
Oh my God. Well, we're going to need a lid for all this excitement.
Like, you got to pay extra at McDonald's to get a lid these days.
Oh man, I think they're actually still here. If anyone would like to get a chalice of root beer, head on down to the track on the stadium side and grab yourself a nice frosty beverage.
Big shout to Los Goonies. Thank you guys for bringing out some car show attendees, bringing out a new clientele, as well as everybody else that comes out to hang out at Raceway Park, as well as all you nerds on the internet. I see you guys in the chat. Throw up some random emojis. You know what? Actually, I want you guys to start naming our drivers. Help us put emojis to the drivers. So just give me an emoji, give me your driver name. They don't have to be driving this event. Just any gambler, any Casino Royale, or anybody you'd like to see come up to Jersey to get their ass kicked. Just give me an emoji in the chat.
Yeah, you don't have to be from the Northeast to come up, run up, get done up. You know what I mean? I personally, I'm going to say some wild shit right now. The Northeast has some of the best drivers in the game to ever do it. And if you guys want to prove that your region of the country is better, you got to come up here and run us. So
And we'll come over to you. Don't worry. We'll come over and play too.
we'll return the favor.
My mom said you can drive us home if your mom can pick us up.
All right, and as you guys can probably predict, if it's too hard to decide a winner, we're going one more time with these guys, so we'll get to enjoy this battle again. Let's see who we have back to the line. Will we do our Jimmy, Phil one more time battle, or are we going to get someone else? All right, we have Colin Crosette, toss those croissants in the chat, and Anthony Rizzo with the loudest car, Mike's favorite sounding car. We'll have to get an emoji for him as well now that he's made it this far in the competition. I know Colin's got a point to prove here. He's got a car that works this time, so he really wants to do well here, our third place qualifier. But Anthony's been on a tear. I know he's not going to get away with it easy, so let's see what these guys have. Colin Crosette in the lead, Anthony Rizzo chasing him down. What do you think, Mike?
What? I can't hear you. I definitely looking forward to this battle, though. Rizzo, as much as I can't hear anything when he is done, he is out there throwing it down. But Colin, always out there with a mission. Bayview windows or not, always a croissant fan. As here we go, croissant taking that lead position, Rizzo to chase him down. Good luck, you're not going to be able to hear me anymore as Colin Croissant walks his way in outside zone number 1 as Rizzo gives him a little bit of a boot. It looks like he made contact. We'll have to go back to the tape as Rizzo screams through the rest of his lap as Croissant over there just cruises through. Unfortunately, it may have made a little bit of tire contact, changing the trajectory of Colin's vehicle. We'll have to go back to the tape. He'll be in the judge's hands, but right now, Rizzo, a bunch of noise and a slap to the face.
Tire to tire or wheel to wheel contact is kind of the worst contact in my opinion because it's really difficult to control it. So if you see a driver have like a big reaction after a wheel to wheel contact, that's kind of what you're using to drive and steer. So it's a lot different than like a wheel to the driver's door or a wheel to the bumper. It's really tough to continue driving out of wheel to wheel contact. All right, away we go. This time Rizzo in the lead. Colin Croissant chasing him down. Rizzo tossing it in there to outer zone number 1. Nice and early. Colin Croissant on a mission. Something to prove there in the chase position. Rizzo's on a tear here as he comes around outer zone number 2. He has a ton of laps here at this particular track. A regular to East Coast Drift School as he comes around outer zone number 3. Colin Croissant knocking on the door. Coming around that inner clip there before outer zone number 4. Dialing it up a bit to get around that really wide turn, but picks up the throttle again. Oh dear, what was that? What was that? Oh no. Oh great heavens.
I think it turned off because I can hear you.
I think there may have been a mechanical failure on Rizzo's car somewhere in outer zone number 5. I don't know what's going on there. We're going to have to wait and see what the driver says to our grid workers, potentially what the judges saw on that run. But that might be a 0-0 there.
You hate to see it, but that's the way the cookie crumbles, and maybe a fuel issue. It looks like his car's still running at the moment, but did not run, as you said, through outside zone number 5 and 6. Had to shut it down, poke it off track. Thankfully, Colin not getting in contact. Rizzo also making it out unscathed, but unfortunately, I don't think Anthony's going to...
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. We're going to have to wait for a quick explanation from our judges. All right, so we're well underway for another battle, and then we'll tell you about what happened at the last one. Jimmy Oakes in the lead. Phil Silva chasing him down. Jimmy Oakes doing his typical smooth dialed run here in the lead. Phil Silva trying to knock on that door and beat him out this one. This is a one more time battle, so someone's going to have to show us something in order to get the win here. Jimmy Oakes absolutely moving through that center section of the track, coming around to outer zone number 5. Phil reeling him in this zone, coming around to that final inner clip, and across the line there. Really nice first half of that battle. And to shed just a little bit of light on what you guys just saw, we're going to give the win here. Our judges have chosen Colin Croissant to move on. The reasoning being, obviously, we had a 0-0 situation where Colin had spun, but then also Rizzo had. It was determined that the spin on Colin, or the going off track, was because of contact, which Rizzo had hit him on entry. So one of the important rules here is that you need to give the lead car plenty of space on entry. Unfortunately, Rizzo came in a little too hot, contact with Colin on entry, so they gave the win to Colin, and he's going to move on to our final 4.
And our drivers from this one more time battle back up in the line. Phil with that blue Corvette now in that lead position, getting chased down by Jimmy Oakes in that SR20 powered S13. And we got the arm jock, Phil, taking the responsibility. Jimmy trying to take all the real estate he could possibly get as he jumps right to the side of Phil well before that first judge zone. Jimmy keeping that proximity nice and tight, matching the angle of Phil's Corvette as they work their way through outside zone number 1, transition up to outside 2. Jimmy jumps through the smoke. Phil already locked into the zone, but Jimmy's right there on the door handle of that Corvette as they work their way and transition to outside 3. Jimmy jumps again through that transition. Jimmy always keeping that nice and on lock as they work their way through that big stretch stretch of an outside zone, throw it back in. Phil doing a good job in the lead, but he cannot shake Oaks away from the side of his car. Jimmy right there stabbing that SR into the side of that 8-1 V8 underneath the Corvette of Phil. Wild set of a one more time battle. You can definitely see why these guys are back out on track to see battle one more time here at Casino Royale. Both Jimmy Oaks doing a fantastic job in his lead, but also keeping the pressure on in his chase. But Phil giving the real estate to allow Jimmy to play and returning the favor as well. It's really up in the air. This is why I don't do the math. We talk into the stick. Sarah, what's your thoughts?
I agree with you, Mike. Certified yappers should yap and judges should judge, but that was another really close battle. I mean, I'm going to give it up to Jimmy for the chase, especially in the second half of that one. But again, like we always say, you cannot have a good chase without a good lead. So again, Phil really smooth in the lead. Jimmy's a similar way. It's really tough, and our judges are watching the replay right now that you guys can see on the live stream. They're going to try to break it down, super minute details, and pick a winner from that. But keep in mind, both of these drivers, almost perfect runs here, so it's going to be tough. Well, wouldn't you have it? We have a winner, and it is an upset. Phil Silva, Phil the Dent guy, getting the win, knocking out our number one qualifier, Jimmy Oaks, again, by a hair here, because these guys were really throwing down. Nicely done by Phil. He's going to the Final Four. Again, excellent job by Jimmy as well. We love it when he comes out and throws down here. What do you think, Mike?
Is there a SR20 emoji? Is it just the skull and crossbones?
It should be an SR20 emoji, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jimmy getting knocked out of the Casino Royale here, but Phil, the Dent guy in his Corvette, taking the win, moving himself into the finals here. Final Four, I apologize. Still got a couple more battles here at the Casino Royale. We have our next battle up on the line, warming up their tires right now. Jimmy going up against Kyle Bussey. Bussey!
All right, this is our final battle of the top 8. This is a one more time battle. Jimmy Revert, Kyle Bussey. The winner of this will go see Colin Crissette in the top 4. Lights are out, away we go. Jimmy Revert in the lead. Kyle Bussey chasing him down. Jimmy Revert, outer zone number 1, really, really nicely done there. Could have been a little bit deeper, but he's absolutely moving through the track to grab outer zone number 2. Midline through that zone, allowing Kyle to really put it on his door there in the 350Z. Jimmy Revert coming around that inner clip, absolutely cooking there through outer zone number 4. A lot of angle on outer zone 4. Really, really well done there, guys. Moving in the lead. Kyle Bussey not letting him get away here in outer zone number 5. Jimmy Revert, angle to angle, really nicely done there, coming along that inner clip and across the line. Wow, guys. That was possibly the most angle we've seen on anybody in outer zone number 4.
Bussey!
Sure, thanks, Mike.
Kyle doing a great job in the chase, but like we always said, you cannot get in that close without somebody giving you the room to play.
Get out of the chat.
And Jimmy doing a great job in the lead, cranking wheel speed and angle. All right, we got the judges in the chat, and here we go, the second half of the battle. Kyle Bussey taking that lead. He needs to get the real estate to Jimmy Revert as he works his way into outside zone number 1. Jimmy looks like he's getting choked up as Kyle continuing on through outside zone number 1. Jimmy, unfortunately, sounds mechanical, not running tip-top, and Kyle Bussey finishing off his lap, and Jimmy literally just beating the crap out of his engine to stay in it. Jimmy refuses to die. Jimmy, just let her go, mother. Let her go. I don't know if you guys can hear it at home, but Jimmy literally just forced that car to finish.
Bro, that is... I take it back. Phil does not have the weirdest sounding V8. That is the weirdest sounding V8. I'm saying maximum 3 cylinders on that one. That was a little gnarly. I hope the car's okay.
Well, I mean, the other holes are probably fine. You can hear it? All right, that's awesome. So you guys at home, turn your volume up and take a gander at what Jimmy Revert's S13 started doing. And Jimmy, with no mechanical remorse at all, just said, you are finishing this dinner if you like it or not, or you can take it home and you can finish it tomorrow.
Yeah, he wrapped it up and put it in the fridge. Excellent.
No, you're finishing. You're not leaving this table until you finish this meal.
Excellent job by Jimmy. Again, I hope that car is okay. Kyle Bussey getting the win. Moving on to our final 4. He's celebrating down there with Carl, who's on the other side of the bracket. They're boys, I believe. But excellent job by Jimmy. I'm hoping that engine's okay. One V8 to another.
We are patiently waiting for our drivers. They've had a long day, so let's just give them a little patience. But unfortunately, we have our drivers out in the pits. They're getting new tires, new circles underneath their cars. But at this time, I'm going to need you guys to hurry up. The people at home and myself are getting bored. We'd like to see some action. So we need our drivers out of the pits. Bring your tires up. Phil, this is you. Yeah, I see your car. Come on. Turn that thing on and get that back out on the grid. We got to finish this thing. We want to find a winner. We want to give away some Grip Royale steering wheels.
I'll tell you what, I would like a Grip Royale steering wheel. I might enter a comp just to get the steering wheel. I won't probably get to top 3, but I can give it all she's got.
I would. I know everybody's like a big 350 millimeter fan, but like check out their 330 millimeters for the sim or any other vehicle, top tier. Also, if you're a real man, you'll use a smaller steering wheel and stop overcompensating with your forearms.
All right, take it easy. Not all of us have big forearms. I got these little spaghettis. I got 2 little spaghettis.
If you had a smaller steering wheel, you had bigger forearms. Big forearm, small steering wheel.
You know how else you can get big forearms? Eating a lot of sandwiches.
It's the smearing of the peanut butter.
All right, we are really requesting the drivers head back to the line. Otherwise, me and Mike will be forced to continue to talk into the singular microphone, which is not going great.
Yeah, our one collective brain cell is definitely going to diminish if we have to keep doing that. So as our drivers are in the pits, please hurry up, get your circles onto your vehicle. Phil, paging Phil, you're required in surgery. We need you in the office immediately. The copier's down. Please bring paper.
We need Phil Silva back on the line and Colin Crissette. Drop those croissants in the chat. Colin Crissette back to the line. We have our final 4 drivers solidified. We have Silva going up against Carl. That should be a wild one. And then we have Colin Crissette and Kyle Bussey. All right, while we wait for our guys to get to the line, we want to thank all of our sponsors out here. But first, we want to thank all of the grid workers, especially Gus down there on grid. Excellent job there. We have our sponsors here, Grip Royale, as we talked about earlier, East Coast Drift School, FDF Race Shop, Valino Tire, of course, the beautiful Raceway Park where we are at today, and Faction Motorsports, where Jimmy Oaks gets all of his body panels. So if you want to have a cool car, then definitely hit them up. As well as Los Goonies, who put on the car show out here today. Always great to team up with those guys. Thank you guys so much. Make sure you show them some love. And of course, our media out here, you would not look cool on the internet without them. So support your media where you can, and we'll hop right back into competition here in just a second.
While we're waiting for the last of our drivers to work their way back out of the pits with their new circles, fresh rubber underneath the cars, ready for the finals here of the Casino Royale. Make sure you guys wander yourself over to racewaypark.com. We got a Gambler next weekend. I hope to see a majority of you guys out here at the Gambler, round 3. It's on the road course. There's already a heavy drivers list. Lots of cars, wild drivers. Sarah will not be here. You'll be here.
I'll be here. I'm not going to be at the last Gambler, unfortunately, but I'll be at the next one. So you guys make sure you come out.
That means you got to make sure you make it to round 3, because round 4 she won't be here. So if you're a big fan of Sarah, make sure you work your way out to round 3.
All 2 of you.
There's at least 20 at this point. There's at least 20.
I'm going to try to do some more driving later this season, though, because it's time to remind everyone I can kind of wheel every now and again.
You should drive round 3 with me.
That'd be fun.
We should both run round 3. And when I drive, you announce, and when you drive, I announce.
We'll just have to battle each other.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll duct tape the mics into our helmets. Mine's already breaking up anyway, so as soon as they get over to outside 1, they'll start coming in.
Yeah, pretty much. All right, I hear our drivers heading back to the line here. Let's get them up there, get them into the burnout box. Let's get the show on the road, boys. Final 4. Let's not lose this momentum now. I want to see who's standing on the podium. And really, we're cutting it down to 1. One person here is not going to be on our podium today. One person's going home. No check, no steering wheel.
Loser.
Oh, my God.
So while we're still waiting, we got Phil actually entering the bark box now. Phil has finally entered the burnout box, warming up his tires, where he's got to go up against Carl in his IS300. They are warming up his tires right now. This is your minute warning. We're about to get into our finals here of the Casino Royale. While we're patiently waiting for this final moments here at Raceway Park, go in the chat and I want you guys to assign Sarah an emoji.
Oh, cool. I want to know what my emoji is. It's got to be a microphone. Our emoji has to be the microphone.
No. We need something other than the microphone. So, like, do Sarah first, because I know you guys are going to wreck me later.
I don't know what they could possibly assign to you.
I don't either. I haven't, like, wandered through, like, the new catalog yet, but... Is
there a sausage emoji? A premio sausage? The way sausage should be?
Real Italian sausage, real Italian taste.
Oh, brother. Okay, we've got our guys back to the line. Phil in the lead. Carl chasing him down. Let's see what these guys have here for us. And away they go. Phil throwing it into outer zone number 1. Nice and early, pulling away from Carl. Just a little bit in the chase position. Phil coming around with that interesting sounding V8 to outer zone number 2. Carl moving out into that zone. He's all the way at the edge, but falling just slightly back in the chase position as Phil comes around to that inner clip, coming across to grab outer zone number 4. Carl trying to reel him in there as they move through the fastest part of this track to outer zone number 5. Phil in that zone really, really nicely. Carl all the way in the zone, but just, again, slightly back from Phil as they come across that inner clip and across the line.
Yeah, Carl definitely working, trying to keep that proximity, trying to keep up to the side of that Corvette of Phil. Silva doing a great job in his lead position, but now it's his time to swap that position. He's now going to chase him down. Carl in that IS300 now has to put down a lead. He's got his work cut out for him, though. Carl definitely a little shove, a little push here and there. Phil doing what he needs to do. Now Phil just needs to make sure that he doesn't over push.
Right. Phil in the chase position this time. He's definitely going to have to keep his composure behind Carl. We'll see what Carl's got for us in the lead. It's not over till it's over. Carl tossing it in there. Nice and early into outer zone number 1. Really great line deep in that zone. Phil just on his door, though. Carl pulling away slightly as he comes around to outer zone number 2. Again, exactly where he needs to be in the zone. Extremely smooth lead going on here. Coming around to that inner clip. Phil is right there in the chase position, maybe falling back slightly as they come around to outer zone number 4. Grabs that third inner clip to transition around outer zone number 5, and Phil back with him there in that zone. Carl putting the angle on to transition across so they get that inner clip and across the line. Nicely done here by both of these drivers.
Definitely a solid lap out of Carl, but Phil not to be shaken right on the backside of that IS300 almost the entirety of the lap. We'll have to go to our judges for our final verdict of a winner here. We'll have to see if Phil Silva will take the win or Carl and his IS300 can take him out. Our judges are doing boy math. This is a great time for you guys to make sure you show some love and affection to our event sponsors on the internet. A big shout out to Grip Royale supplying our prizes here for our Casino Royale winners, as well as all of our event sponsors, as well as Raceway Park. Thank you guys for joining us. Thank you guys for joining us here live and on the internet. As always, you're going to talk on the internet, put up or shut up, get signed up at racewaypark.com. You can get out here. This is a cageless competition. So the Casino Royales is a cageless comp. The gamblers require a roll cage. But if you can pass the tech, you can get signed up, racewaypark.com, and you can come out here and get a chance to win, stand on top of the podium, take home some cool prizes thanks to our event sponsors, as well as the big checks, cash money, thanks to the gambler. Check it out next weekend. We're back here on the road course. Get signed up for round 3 right now, racewaypark.com.
And as you mentioned, Mike, there is another Casino Royale, another chance to get out here and throw down. No cage required, October 25th, I believe. So make sure you come out here, whether you come out to a gambler, whether you come out to a Kart Comp at the Casino Royale. It's a fun time regardless, so we hope to see you out here for the rest of the season. We're only like halfway through the season. We go all the way into November here, so it's a good time. E-Town, best place on earth. Our drivers are in the burnout box. Colin Cressett, Kyle Bussey. Colin qualifying third, looking to stay in the top 3, get on that podium. Kyle Bussey coming here to throw down. And let's make it official here. Phil gets the win. Phil the Dent Guy gets the win. Moving on to the finals. Excellent job by here, Phil. Great job by Carl as well, making us proud. It's not over though. Carl is gonna have to battle for third. So make sure if you're here crewing for Carl, you let him know. We're gonna need to see him back at the line. But in the meantime, Colin Cressett in the lead. Kyle Bussey chasing him down. Colin Cressett coming into outer zone number 1. He's moving through this zone. Kyle looking like his shadow in the chase position. Colin Cressett coming through outer zone number 2. Really settled, and Kyle just mirroring Colin's line here coming through the track. They come around to that inner clip. Again, pulling a little bit of angle to get outer zone number 4. Colin's letting it eat through that section of the track. Carl does not fall back there, sticking with him on his door in outer zone number 5. Coming around that final inner clip. Colin's there, Kyle's right with him. Really well done here, guys. This is gonna be a tough battle.
Yeah, this is Kyle's first comp, right? This is Kyle's first time ever competing in drifting. And Kyle is a vet. Somebody's throwing down, taking out big names at gamblers for years. And he's throwing down out here. Bussy, good job, brother.
Give it up.
Mr. Croissant, definitely no stranger to both wins and defeats here. This man probably has put more holes through VQs than anybody else in this parking lot, but he will not die. He has rebuilt another one. He's been out there with Andy's mobile dyno, getting that thing tuned up, ready for this exact moment. This is the final 4. Kyle already throwing down, now has the responsibility of the lead and chased down the Mr. Croissant himself. And here we go. Bussy taking that lead, needs to get that 350Z down into outside zone number 1, but Colin's trying to close that gap up immediately, jumping right to the side of the red 350Z of Kyle as both drivers work their way through outside zone number 1. Kyle rotates out to outside zone number 2. Colin trying to match that angle and close the proximity as they work their way through outside 2. Kyle rotates into that front inside clip. Kyle's right there keeping the pressure on, trying to bark at the side of that 350Z. Kyle's doing everything he can to stretch out to that outside zone, back into that inside clip. Colin rotates right on the backside. Kyle doing a good job, but Colin is right there keeping the aggression up as Bussy trying to keep that proximity to that front inside clip nice and tight, but Colin's unshaken across the finish line. Bussy out here throwing down in the lead. But Colin cannot be shaken that easily. We're going to have to go over to our judges for our final verdicts. Go ahead, boys. Do the boy math. Sarah, Colin's out here throwing engines in and out of this vehicle. He definitely seems comfortable. Kyle, first time competing. You would never be able to tell that here. Final 4 at the Casino Royale. I think Kyle's ready for gamblers.
I think he's totally ready. I had no idea this was his first round. Really well done, making us proud out here. But again, these guys are not done. The loser will go on and battle Carl for third. Do we have a verdict here from our judges? And get those croissants ready. Colin Cressett getting the win. Moving on to our finals against Phil Silva. Kyle is going to go against Carl to battle for third, bottom of the box. Trust me, you want third. You want that steering wheel. You want that check. So this battle should be great as well. Let's get these guys back up there as soon as they're ready and continue on for our next battle.
No position hurts more than 4th place, sitting on the floor as everybody else stands on the box. You want to be a winner here at Casino Royale. We got one step closer. Carl and Kyle both going to be sitting there, like Sarah said, battling it out for that 3rd place. But we have our finals here. All right, we're getting our third place battle drivers back up to the line. These guys are running it hot. Tires are hot, cars are hot. The gentlemen driving the vehicles are hot. So these guys are back up on the backside of the Bark Box. You guys can probably see them at home on the live stream. We're sitting up here with our judges. We're all ready to go, waiting for our drivers' machines to give us the green light. Waiting for our third place drivers to approach the grid. They're going to warm up the tires. Handshakes and hugs already getting passed around from Colin and Phil as they patiently wait in the finals. But we're going to wait for Carl and Kyle to work their way out for that third place battle. See who's going to be standing on the bottom of the box, who's unfortunately going to be leaving as the biggest loser in fourth place. And then we'll finally get down to our winner here at Casino Royale, the first one of the year here at Raceway Park. All right, Carl with his IS300 locking himself into that lead position here for our third place battle, the bottom of the box. The loser here, the biggest loser of the weekend, fourth place, standing on the floor while everybody else is getting congratulated on their wins. Kyle now in that chase position, locked up. Carl piloting that yellow IS300, that Dayton boys yellow. Don't know where he gets him wrapped, but those boys over in Ohio knows how that goes down. But Kyle Bussey, red 350Z. Bussey got his first competition event here today. His very first comp, battling it out for third place, bottom of the box here at Casino Royale. And here we go, first half of the battle. Carl with that IS300. Flicks in well before that last initiation point, but Bussey's right there on the backside. Kyle's keeping that proximity and that pressure right there on the side of Carl's IS300. But Carl's doing a good job keeping that Lexus where it needs to go into outside zone number 2. Kyle's right there, as I say it, poised, ready. Right there on the side, just barely off of the paint or wrap of the IS300 as Carl working his way, walking out to that outside zone. But Bussey's out there keeping the pressure on, making sure he is tight, working his way through that outside zone with Carl and his Lexus, giving him all the real estate to play in, and Kyle not giving him any lack of, I'm giving you all of it. Kyle's out here saying, here's all of it. Carl's giving him the room to play. Solid battle out of here. Sarah, what's your thoughts on Bussey out there?
Honestly, incredibly proud of him. He's doing fantastic. No clue this was his first comp. You would never know with how he's driving. And he has the potential to end up top 3 in his first ever competition. That's great. But on the other hand, Carl throwing it down as well. Love his progression as a driver. So I'm happy with regardless of how this battle shapes out. But now Kyle is going to get to lead, and Carl will chase him down. Who do you want, ketchup or mustard?
Ketchup or mustard?
Thank you, Mike. Thank you for your top-tier commentary, as always, buddy. All right, here we go for the second half of this battle. Kyle Bussey in the lead. Carl chasing him down. Kyle coming around to outer zone number 1, really, really settled there. Absolutely moving. Foot has to be to the floor as he comes across to get into outer zone number 2. Small lift there in order to set up for that zone. Allows Carl to get it on his door. Coming around to outer zone number 3. These guys are looking at dialed. Kyle pouring on the angle there, coming into outer zone number 4. Not really in that zone. And Carl in the chase, coming right up to him, putting it on his door in outer zone number 5. Really nicely done there by both these guys. Looking absolutely settled, coming around that inner clip. Carl on his door, across the line. Really, really well done here. I don't want to be a judge right now, I'll tell you that much.
Carl doing a fantastic job in that Lexus IS300 in the chase. Kyle Bussey in that 350Z taking the lead. We're going to have to go over to our judges for our final verdict.
All right, and congratulations in his first competition, Kyle Bussey getting third place. Excellent driving. Give it up for him. And again, Carl driving fantastic as well, giving him a run for his money. Great third place battle, guys. Carl, great job, dude. We love to see the car. We love to see you out here. We hope to see you at the next competition as well. And Kyle, enjoy that steering wheel. Hard-earned third place win. Let's get into our finals. Phil the Dent Guy, Colin Crissette, paging Dr. Crissette to the line so we can get this battle underway.
Bussey! All right, Colin is walking his way out of the pits right now. His car and vehicle himself is working his way over to the BARC box. Phil is patiently waiting for him right now as we're waiting for these last two drivers to be out here for the finals here at the Casino Royale here at Raceway Park. It has been a heated amount of battles. Honestly, great set of driving out of all the drivers here this weekend here at Raceway Park. Battles have been tight. They've been entertaining. No minimal damages. Still with some contact. It's been a great day of drifting here at Raceway Park. Definitely looking forward to the finals. A big shout to Kyle getting his third place podium finish here in his first competition. It's been a good day. It's been a good day. Chris Knapp hasn't hit me yet. It's been a good day.
All right, we're about to get into our final battle here at the Casino Royale at the beautiful Raceway Park here in Englishtown, New Jersey. We have two drivers left, Colin Crissette. Love you, dude. Thanks for letting us call you by your nickname. And Phil, the Dent Guy Silva. They're going to throw down to see who is the top of the box and who's coming in second place, the first loser, if you will. Mike's wearing his Premio sausage apron up around his ears. That's how you know he's ready for some action. We need a camera on us up here, I think.
No, we don't need that for legal reasons. And I never really realized, like, you ever see somebody like working behind at a restaurant and they like take the apron off and like that's like the last thing they do and it's like the most relieving thing ever. This string on the back sucks.
Really?
Yeah, over the neck. Yeah, the pockets are great, but like the string on the neck, you really start feeling it. So make sure you tip your waiter and your waitresses.
And speaking of that, we have Colin Crissette in the burnout box. Phil the Dent Guy also in his side of it, warming up their tires. This is the finals here at the Casino Royale. Thank you guys so much for coming out. Do or die, potentially the last battle of the day, provided there's no one more times. We're here for the action. Let's see what they have for us out here today. Colin Crissette, qualifying third, is going to lead. Phil the Dent Guy is going to chase him down.
Do we give Phil the hammer? I think we give Phil the hammer. Hammer, croissant or hammer?
Yeah, Phil could be the hammer.
Phil can be the hammer. All right. And here we go. Colin taking that lead position, getting chased down by Phil in that Corvette. Colin's got to get that G35 out to outside zone number 1. This is the finals here at Casino Royale here at Raceway Park, as Colin making sure the judges know exactly what he's here to do, and that's the win. But Phil's not going down without a fight. He gets right back to the door handle. That G35. Phil with a little bit of a correction as soon as I say that. As they rotate to outside 3, Phil cleans it back up, but Colin's unwavered in that G35 as he's keeping his composure. Stretched out to that outside zone, curled back into the inside clip. Phil getting back into position right behind as he transitions out to that next outside zone. It's Phil with a major corrective. A major correction out of the Corvette from Phil as Colin in his G35 screams across the finish line. That's not looking good for Philly there.
Butter your croissants, brother. Let's go.
The fire guy, EMT, they're hype over in the corner. Big shout out to you guys. Thank you guys for hanging out all day. Arms in the air. We like the energy here. Phil, unfortunately, not enjoying the energy in his chase position. A couple of dilly-dallies there, if you will. Now it's Colin. He's thrown down the lead. Colin has been in positions before. Well, just a reminder, keep your golf cart rubber side down. Sorry for the pause, and here we go, right back into the finals here of Casino Royale with Phil with a massive gap jumping into outside zone number 1 as Colin now has the responsibility to clean it up, and Colin threw it away. I don't know exactly what just happened there. I turned back around from a golf cart going airborne, and now Phil is running away as Colin is bus lengths behind. Sarah, you just had to say we're almost done. All right, we'll have to get a little bit of communication down to the raceway to see what exactly transpired there, but it's definitely not how we would like to see the finals here at the Casino Royale. Hardest part about drifting is the mental game. Once you guys get up here, the machines are tired, the drivers are tired. The entire mental focus of both what the machine has to do and the driver is now at full tilt. These guys are excited, they're hot, and we'll have to see what's actually going down once we get some word from our track workers out there. Our judges still doing boy math anyway. Sarah's on the radio. Don't worry. She's hooting. She's hollering. I don't want to speak for any of our drivers or their crew on their behalf. I am unknowing of what's actually happening, but as you can see from home on the replay, you can see Colin left on the line a little bit. It looks like Phil just maybe got a little bit of a jump. I don't know if Colin had a little bit of oopsie or whatever happened, but a massive gap transpired going down into outside zone number 1. And Colin trying to close that gap up, unfortunately just asking a little too much out of the axles underneath that G35. We'll have to see what our judges officially want here. Still no more information here, so you guys know as much as I do. It's exciting, though. It's a mystery. One more time. It looks like we're going to go one more time. That's what's happening, brother. That's what's happening. We're going one more time. They don't know what was happening either. It's a mulligan. Send it back. Do it again. One of our judges has suggested that they just bare knuckle box in the middle. Brother. All right, Colin's going to go back to the pits. He's going to get a new fresh set of rubber onto there. That would also allow Phil to do the same if Phil so chooses. So with that being said, grab some snacks. Maybe give another congratulations to Kyle Bussey for taking home that third place position. And we'll have to wait for the finals here for Phil and Colin. Unfortunately, these guys out here edging y'all. Lizard, lizard, lizard.
Mike smacking the microphone earlier to see if it would work. Lizard, 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 lizard.
To be fair, it'll chime.
See?
It also leaves.
It does. It's intermittent.
All right, drivers in the pits, our finalists, our drivers in the pits. Hurry up.
This message is brought to you by Faction Motorsports, a proud sponsor of the Casino Royale hosted by East Coast Drift School at Raceway Park. Located in East Rutherford, New Jersey, Faction Motorsports is your source for JDM performance, aero parts, rare OEM Nissan parts, and precision services like touchless tire mounting and balancing, vapor honing, suspension overhauls, and four-wheel alignments. It doesn't matter if it's your first time on grid or if you had countless
All
laps.
right, I
Faction
see
Motorsports
Colin
keeps you on
Crissett
track.
heading back
Visit
to the line. Thank you for your
www.factionmotorsports.com to browse our wide
Get up.
selection of JDM performance parts. Also, check out our YouTube, Instagram, and podcast for all things JDM and content made for the drifting community.
With Los Goonies. If it wasn't for them, we would not have cool cars here in attendance in the car show, so thank you guys so much. Also thank our tire sponsor, Valino, FDF Race Shop, Los Goonies, Grip Royal for the trophies out here today, Faction Motorsports, Raceway Park, and East Coast Drift School. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for helping us put this event on, and we will get into the finals in just a second.
If Phil would just hurry up.
All right, here we go. Colin Crissett heading into the burnout box right now. Phil Silva heading in there as well. Let's get this final battle underway. They've already got there one more time, so let's hope this is the last battle of the day. I want to pick a winner. I'm ready to hand out some Grip Royal steering wheels here, guys. We've got Kyle down here watching from the sidelines, our third place finisher. Excellent job there by him as well. Colin is going to lead qualifying third. Phil Silva is going to chase him down. Let's see what they got. All right, the Gus is in position. The drivers are ready, and away we go. Colin Crissett in the lead. Phil Silva chasing him down. Colin tossing it in there well before that one of the 3-2-1 cone. Doing a nice job with outer zone number one. Phil knocking on the door there in the chase position. Colin Crissett coming around to outer zone number two. Looking settled. Phil just mirroring that angle. They transition simultaneously going into outer zone number three. Colin Crissett on an excellent line, picking up some speed to get out of zone number four. Phil Silva chasing him down there, coming across that inner clip to outer zone number five. Phil checking up to Colin's door. as they come around to that final inner clip and across the line. Excellent first half of the battle. Nicely done by both of these drivers.
It looks like that little bit of time frame. These drivers looked like they figured out what they needed to do. Colin in that lead position, showcasing what he's capable of, giving the real estate to Phil to play with. Phil definitely utilizing it as much as he possibly can, but now it's time for them to swap around for the second half of the finals here. Phil now taking the responsibility to lead in that blue Corvette, getting chased down by the croissant himself, Colin, with that turbocharged VQ G35. It's kind of crazy that Phil went out of his way to make his V8 sound like a VQ. All right, here we go. Second half of the battle here is Phil now responsible with the lead. Colin doing a lot better here in this second one more time battle. Far less gap with that VQ now singing off, whispering sweet nothings in the side of that 8-to-1 collector V8 powered Corvette of Phil as they rotate into outside 3. Both drivers doing a good job, Colin, keeping that pressure on, keeping it tight as they work their way to that wide stretch of an outside zone. The Corvette screaming off the limiter here as Colin trying to close that gap as they jump back into that outside zone. That long outside until they curl back into that final inside clip. Phil doing a great job, Colin avoiding contact, keeping that proximity right there on the side. Both of these guys want the win. Already seeing a one more time battle. A lot of hiccups. This battle now, back and forth. Sarah, I don't know. That's their job. Good luck, guys.
I don't know either, and I heard them calling for the replay, so they're definitely going to be checking this out for a good bit. And as some of our friends on the car show side are exiting, they wanted us to remind you guys there's actually a pop-up meet going on tonight at the John Bon Jovi service area at 7:30. Keep it respectful, y'all, but if you want to just check out a car meet on the way home, definitely worth a check out. We love to support our friends over on the car show side because they love to support the drifters on this side. So thank you guys so much. And again, some love to Los Goonies for putting on this car show. I sure hope to see them at another event here. I love when they team up together.
Yeah, we'll definitely see them back out and about. Our judges are still doing boy math. Don't worry. They're watching that same replay. You guys are at home. That's side by side. You got Phil Silva going up against Colin Cressette. Colin in that silver G35. Phil in that Corvette. This is the finals here at Casino Royale. If you are just joining us, you missed all of the action here of this round of Casino Royale. But don't worry. Next weekend here at Raceway Park is round 3 of the Gambler. That is a cage competition event with a tire rule. But we have plenty of cash prizes, big checks, commas in the marker, all the way down. A ton of event sponsors. Make sure you guys wander out for the Gambler. It's going to be a heater. The driver list is already looking spicy. Get signed up for yourself at racewaypark.com. Our judges are still deliberating, going over every zone side by side thanks to our drone up in the sky. If you guys would like to learn yourself how to throw down like any of the drivers out here, make sure you hit up East Coast Drift School. You can get signed up for some private track day, get your machine and yourself dialed in, ready for our next competition round, or come out here for the first time and get your feet wet. Figure out what's going down. Chris Knapp himself might actually take you out and teach you a thing or two.
Absolutely, and it's a great opportunity as well. If you need a little bit of seat time, you need to test out a new setup on your car, don't want to come out to an event, or maybe waste the entry for the event, so you want to come down, test it out here, hit up Chris at East Coast Drift School, get some laps in. Everyone can use a little practice, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a good day at the track. Nothing beats just bring your boys down, a handful of you. You hit up Chris, hit up anybody at East Coast Drift School. You get out on the track, and honestly, it's relaxing. It's better than a regular track day. It's your own schedule. If you guys want to take 2 laps, then you guys can take 2 laps. You want to take 200,
God bless y'all, but that's a lot of tires. You guys talking smack down there? You want to fight? What's up? Yeah. Why oughta? All right, we got a decision yet, fellas? You guys done doing your boy math? Nope, they're still looking. Hey, Sarah.
Hey, Mike. You having fun?
I am having fun.
Having a good time today?
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
You're going to be here next weekend, yeah?
Yeah, I'm so excited. I love the Gambler.
I heard there's some smack talking on the internet lately.
I did see some smack talking, and I am a proponent that the Gambler is a great place to solve that smack talking. So I think all the drivers involved in the three-way smack off should come down and see what run-up get done, you know? Solve it on the track, dude.
I mean, or hit each other, whatever. I'm not your dad.
Dealer's choice.
All right, it looks like we do have a winner. Our judges have come to a decision. That means I'm going to have to drag Colin and Phil. Why don't you guys bring those machines and join Kyle Bussey right over here. We'll have a short little podium ceremony, announce our winner of the finals here at Casino Royale, and hand out our Grip Royal steering wheels. Best steering wheels in the game. If you're going to have to pick a pointy circle, it better be a Grip Royal. All right, this is your top three here at Casino Royale at Raceway Park. Everybody's hype out here. Thank you guys for joining us here live and in person at Raceway Park. Thank you guys for joining us on the internet, YouTube and Facebook. As always, big shout to you guys in the chat. Love hanging out with you guys, hearing all the debauchery you guys have to say.
Don't worry, I'm listening, I'm reading. I can't read, but Sarah reads it out loud to me. All right, without further ado, let's get our 3 drivers out there in our cars. Make some noise for Kyle Bussey, Colin Crissett, and Phil Silva. Our top 3 finalists here at Casino Royale. Once again, our 3rd place. Make some noise for Kyle Bussey, taking that 3rd place position, taking that first of those Grip Royal steering wheels. Make some noise in that red 350Z for Kyle Bussey. Good job, Kyle. All right, and here is the finals. Your winner here today, taking that number 1 spot and that Grip Royal steering wheel, taking out Phil. Make some noise for Colin Crissett, taking the win. Colin in the G35 taking down Phil, the dent guy. Phil getting 2nd position here at Casino Royale. Once again, make some noise for all the drivers that came out for Casino Royale and signed up. We had more than a top 32 field here out of the kart track at Raceway Park. But the winner here, Colin Crissett, taking home that Grip Royal steering wheel. A big shout out to all of our event sponsors. Thank you guys for joining us here live and in person at Raceway Park. And as always, we'll see you back on the internet next week at round 3 of the Gambler. Me and Sarah are going to bring it all the way home. Thank you guys for joining us. A big shout to Colin for taking the win. Big shout to Kyle driving in his first comp, and Phil for throwing it down for that number 2 spot. We'll see you guys next time here at Raceway Park for Casino Royale.
I'm sorry, what did you say?